mean,
if you're to take.
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a Podclass. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podclass on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
Stand on it.
that's not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the topic.
I'm talking about the whole war. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
And my point is simply this. So we're going to give like this. Respect to Tehuti. Tehuti didn't want the topic. I won't say he was running because we had the conversation. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
Does this mean you refuse to answer my question? Are you refusing?
That's not even. Hey,
are you refusing to answer the question?
Scared to debate. This is what they do. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
I'm only talking to you.
But I'm not talking to you. You scared. You were scared to talk to me. Don't come on this fucking
Greetings, peace and love, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Press check, press 1. Seems like it's locking up a little bit. Glad to see everyone in the room. Let's see what's going on. It seems to be moving a little bit slow. Okay. Peace and love, everyone. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. On my hat is Neith from South Africa. And this is Kaibit. Kaibit all the way from the Philippines. She's a sunbeam snake from the Philippines that glows a iridescent multicolor in the light. Okay, and she's extremely rare. And I keep snakes and animals around me for energetic and symbolic purposes. Okay. Let me do another mic check. Mic check 1 1. Press 1 if you can hear. Seems like there's a little pause. Okay. Press 1 if you can hear. Wonderful. Let's get the light. All right, yeah. Awesome. There you are, Kaibit. Kaibit is the black light, the shadow body, spoken of in Kemet, which is the energetic double. One aspect of the Ba. One of its descriptions. In Kemet, we taught that the body had many different aspects, and the Ba and the Ka were describing different aspects of the ability of what the etheric body can do. She is named after that, Kaibit. the shadow body. Okay, let's go through the room and see what's going on in the room and say peace to everyone in the room here. Okay, I don't know if I'm pausing everyone. I'm not sure if the screen is pausing on my end. It keeps pausing. Let's say peace to everyone though. Peace to DHNJ. Peace to you. Peace to who's this? The Chris TV vlog. All El Allah God. Peace to Jody. Jody, who I know from the Killer Priest Podcraft. Killer Priest Podcraft. That's what he calls it. Peace to him. I know Jody from there. Peace to, who else? Ashley Too Crafty. Sounds like a rhyme. Peace to Ashley Too Crafty. Peace. Okay, let me see here. Okay, the room is building up. Peace to, I don't know how to say that name. G Stacks, we'll call you. G Stacks. Peace to G Stacks. Greeting to the room. If you're new, we greet you. If you're old, we greet you. We give respect to everyone that comes into the room, as long as respect is given. And I'm going to explain what this room is about to the new people after we give props to different people in the room, especially the freak ones such as Netter the Greatest. Netter the Greatest. Friday nights, this is the place to be. Absolutely. We have NYG with the hat. This is the symbol. NYG has the hat that I'm wearing. Peace to James Page. We got the hat, the spider, and the snake, and the web. Okay, peace to everybody in the room. A lucky shot. Peace to you. Greetings to everyone. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Everybody was ranting and raving about last week's and how great it was. It was a lot of information. Greetings to everyone in the room. We got Deadbeat Void, another regular. We got Vapes, another regular. We have everybody. We're going to introduce the moderators in just a moment. We have Pierre in here. We have all the moderators I see, which I'm going to give a individual shout out to them. I see Ahati's in here. I see Kamit. Kamit says, peace to the knowledge seekers. Peace to the knowledge seekers. We got, who's in here? Okay, we got the moderators. Let me go through the moderators. I'm going to give an official shout out to the moderators, but I'll do them one by one as I see them in the room here. Saneti Amun with the spider, the hat, and the snake. Nani Aset Mur with the welcome to the Tuti Podclass. And we have Ahati Ma'at. And we have a lot of people in here already at 57. We haven't even begun yet. And shout out to Anki Mayat, who is in the midst. Shout out to everybody. A lot of people in here that are in the room. This is great. Okay. A lot of people in the room. Too many to call out. We got new people here like Firearms and Music. Not familiar with Firearms and Music, but I welcome all of you, everybody, and all the... Oh, here's Demik. Demik, one of the classes, gave a super donation, and I'm going to explain that to everybody that is that's here, that is new. The regular students that come here know what's going on. Oh, we have Buck the President. Buck the President with the strong arm, the black heart, and the praise. Okay. Buck the President. Awesome. We got everybody in here. Everybody's in here. Awesome. Let's go ahead and start. And we got the Cash Peden says, found you. Glad you found me. Okay, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We're going to get right into it. Where is Strangers? Strangers usually in here. and Carlos. So I guess they'll pop up. They'll pop up. Okay, peace to everyone. And let's go ahead and put up the branding and let everyone know what's going on in the room here, what this class is about. Okay, so Tehuti Podclass, we got 62 in the room. If you look up in the top corner, it says Tehuti's Podclass, donate, support, ask questions. Since the class has started, we're going to go ahead and get the change the banner. There we go. Boom. And okay, one moment, everyone. Gonna get some of the tickers changed. Change some of the tickers here. Banners, tickers, and I don't see the ticker here, but interesting. It says welcome to the. We'll be starting shortly, but okay. Get that off. There we go. Okay, welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass. Let me explain how this class works, how it got started, why it is here, why I am here, and what the difference is between this class and other YouTube channels that are on the internet. So first of all, my name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. Peace and love to everybody, and welcome to everybody. Here is what the Tehuti Podclass is about. Here's why it began. I've been teaching ever since 1994, I think, 1994. I've been officially teaching from Canada, Montgomery, Alabama, Florida, all throughout North America, different places. And I've accumulated a lot of students over the years. I taught in person. I've taught, I used to teach anywhere from 30 to 500 people at a time. And then after 1998, 1999, I went and kind of disappeared. I kind of went off the grid. Some of my students still kept in contact with me. And then I reappeared around 2004. Started teaching in 2004, was it? 2006. Started teaching on what's it called? Pal Talk. And then I went to Canada. And I started teaching there in Canada. And then I disappeared again. And I was frustrated. I was frustrated with people, so I decided to just teach a small group of people that knew me personally. And then what happened was came to California around 2011 or so. Started teaching again to my small circle of people and loved ones. And then I met a brother on the streets named Ahati Ma'at, who's in the room right now, and started teaching him as a Hebrew Israelite, or he was just questioning it, and him being in different desperate situations. He would just come and sacrifice his time to come see me teach on the beaches. And I would teach him, and then he developed, evolved, and became a very powerful protector and student of mine. And then I continued. And then he said, after years, he said, you need to come public. You need to let the people see who you are, because a lot of teachers on YouTube, and they claim they're teaching commit and different things, and they're just not satisfactory. So he said, there's a group that wants to interview you. The group was called the Lion's Den. He said, they want to do an interview with you. I said, who are they? He said, it's a group of Hebrew Israelites, but they like to interview different people of different religions and such and such. So after a lot of time, finally I went, did an interview at this group. And while I was being interviewed, the champion of that group challenged me to a debate. To give up his championship belt. I said, okay. Set up the debate with him. Ended up becoming the champion myself, beat him. And then I just kept going through people. They kept bringing people to me. I never challenged anyone in my life. They brought the next one, the next one, the next one, the next one. I just kept beating people in these debates. I just came to teach though, and do an interview. That group got extremely, and then we went to Sonnetter, took on Jabari, took on Zion Lex, beat them according to the rules, and then I just got then that group of lions then was too chaotic, too strange. A lot of strange, personal, weird things took place. I decided that I can't represent that anymore, and then people tracked me down and they said, okay, yeah, we don't see you on the Sonnet or the Lions Den, but can you teach us? So then they offered me money to teach, which is good reciprocity. I took on students online, and it just became too much. It became too much people. It took time away from the family to teach people for 2 hours, and there's like 8 people in 3 days that want to get lessons. And so finally, then I went to the Killer Priest Podclass, Podcraft, went there for an interview, did an interview. The very next show, Killer Priest gave me the show to host. I think it was the very next show. I ended up becoming the host and interviewed a brother named Mighty Hebrew. And then every Monday, Killer Priest said he wanted me on. So I kept going on that. Ended up getting challenged again to another debate by a brother named Rasul. Went through him, beat him according to Killer Priest and AD and those who watched. And then ended up just becoming a teacher on the Killer Priest show that was also invited to me by the brother Ahati Ma'at. So everybody can thank Ahati Ma'at because of him I became public again. I just wanted to be a private teacher. So I decided to tell everybody, well, I can't do the 2-hour classes. People were offering me, considerable amount of money for 2 hours or 1 hour. But it was too many people, 30 people. It took the whole day. And so I said, here's what I'll do for everybody. I will open up a pod class where everybody can be in the pod class together. And since this is about reciprocity and the way that I answer questions which the new people are about to see, the way that I answer questions not according to everybody is more thorough than all the other teachers, according to what they're telling me. What I ask for is people to send in donation questions. This is because also YouTube has taken away my monetization. I guess they don't like my content for obvious reasons. My content is much different than you'll see. View the videos and you'll see why YouTube doesn't like my content. So they took off monetization, so they removed the super chat, which was an ability for everybody to give donations on the Killer Priest show. And anybody on YouTube who has Super Chat, you give a donation, it goes bing on the room, and then I would answer a question based on the Super Chats first. So they took that ability away. So what I do is I just created my own Super Chat, which is a PayPal account and a Cash App account. You send it there, I get the notification of the question or just the support for my time, and then I manually, bing, put that up on the room, read the screen, read the question, answer the question, and that shows reciprocity where everybody can participate in the class, get thorough answers. At the same time, I may be able to get about 10-15 questions in, and the reciprocity makes it worth my time and also shows that people value the information, that I'm not just coming from the top of my head, as you will see as I start to answer questions. So as you can see in the corner, it says Tehuti's Podclass, support, Cash App. At the bottom here on the screen here, you will see PayPal, Rocky SV, Cash App, TT Amun. Please support with questions, and I will get to your questions. Also, the benefit of this is that if you send in a question, I answer it thoroughly with slides, dates, newspaper articles, scientific magazines, Medunetter, Hebrew, Arabic, references, Bible, Book of the Dead, astronomy. I give facts, and then it's stamped in YouTube forever. So you have a personal answer to a personal question stamped forever on the internet, with all the slides and everything that you can download and save and show the appreciation for that. So let's get started. This is my email also for those who want to check out my books. Let me go ahead and get into the books also. The books also that are available. These are the books right here. This is Secrets of the Ages, also called Stepping Out of the Matrix. And this is a PDF that comes to you. A lot of people order it right in the class, and they get it within seconds or minutes of me actually teaching. This is a PDF. It's about 103 to 109 pages because it has been revised. And this breaks down information on several different topics: Christianity, the origin, the Ptolemies. It breaks down pure light, black light. There's so much it breaks on the Hunab Ku, the number 9, the swirl, the Fibonacci sequence. And then we have the next book. This is Melanin Dark Consciousness, which gets into several aspects of where the origin of race came from. It shows the original, as displayed by Sheikh Anta Diop, it shows the original concept of races on the planet in the mural. The mural of Ramesses and Seti, which is the first actual division of races and people in the Nile Valley. It breaks that down. It explains melanin, what melanin is, how melanin is light consciousness. It has so much information in there, and it is a PDF, and that is a small pamphlet that is about 33 or so pages. Both of those come to you in PDF form, which I give you the permission to print out when you order them. They come to you within a matter of minutes. If I'm right here live teaching, I literally send them to you while I am teaching. Okay, so let me go ahead and give a shout out to those who you should ask questions in the room for navigation purposes, not questions on information and doctrine. I repeat, not questions on information and doctrine to these people. This is for navigation, for links, to get in touch with me, to find out what's going on in the room. They are also observe the room to see if everybody is behaving themselves, because there are some people that come in here with chaos. I invite anyone to come in the room that has maybe a disagreement of doctrine, religion. That is all fine. One thing I don't do is any kind of drama. I don't do anything like that. I don't do any type of cussing, screaming, any of that stuff that you see on the other channels. I strictly deal with information. So if you come in the room, you come in respectfully. You can Cash App, and I'll actually invite you in the room on the screen. And if you have a discrepancy, you can actually say it live, and we'll discuss it for a few moments. And I invite everybody. This is how people learn, is by sharing thoughts of different systems. It's the only way you can grow. If everybody just stays in the same church, they never get to spread out and reach somebody and get challenged on what they're about. So they just become blind followers. I do not want blind followers. I want people that are researchers and studiers. So here are those people that you can go to. And let me get this off the screen. So these are the moderators. Here are the moderators, Anki and Ma'at. You'll see her pop up in the room very shortly, off and on. Nani Aset Mer, you'll see her in the room. She's actually in here now. And Saneti Amun, who's in the room also. These are the people that, for example, if I miss a question for some reason, you can let them know. Put your questions in the Cash App, please, or in the PayPal. So as soon as I go to it, I can see it off the bat immediately. These are the moderators. These are the people that they will put you out of the room. They will mute you if you act disrespectful. If you ask questions on how to navigate, where to get the books, my email, they will post it up in the room. Any past debates classes that you may have missed, they will post it up in the room. That is the job of the moderators. Okay, so everybody, please, this is my AI moderator, and she says support with a Cash App question. I will be checking questions right about now. Let me go to my notification email. The Cash Apps, by the way, go directly to my email, and I see them, or they get sent to me directly from the moderators, and that's how I will see your questions. some people just ask questions in the room. I will not be able to get to questions just asked in the room because I have all of these supportive questions being sent. So all we ask is follow the directions. And if you have a question that's really important to you that you'd like me to answer or discuss, send it with support. My time is valuable, and so is yours, and so is everybody in the room. So let's get to it, everyone. Let me move the AI moderator. And let's get to it. Let's check it out. Okay, let's check it out. Let me get the this up here. Boom. Okay, let me go now. Actually, let me get some water. All right, Kaibit, you're gonna take a little rest. Okay, let me get some agua. Water is extremely important. Let's get into it, everybody. I also want to tell everybody that I don't know what the questions are going to be. I do this purposely to test myself and to show people that they can do the same. Okay? So these questions that are sent in, they're sent in live while I'm here, or they were sent in live from the last one. And it's up to me to do my best to answer them. So let's go into it. Also, one moment, everyone. I actually have a question. One moment, everyone. Let me get back to the room. Let me go. Peace into the new people that came in the room too. I see some new people such as Rigo and some other people. Master K is in here. Nanny Asset says, please PayPal, put out your chat name. Thank you, Nanny Asset, for that. And Obi is here. Peace to Obi. Peace to Obi-Wan Kenobi. Peace to you. Peace to WS Banker. Peace to you. A lot of new people are coming in the room. This is a great book. Sex and Races, J.A. Rogers. Grab that book. Shout out to you, Hati Ma'at. He says, by supporting Tehuti, support yourself. We reciprocate here. Yes, absolutely. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to... Okay, peace to you. You're brand new. Mr. Untouchable. Good name there. This is your first time. Follow along, enjoy, and you can participate live in many different forms based on what I explained. But greetings to you, and thank you for coming to the room. What I'm going to do right now is Stranger's here. Stranger is the one that actually named the moderators. I want everybody to know that. I say that almost every class. Stranger is the one that came up with the term moderators. He's the one that came up with this term, moderators. Let me go ahead and show that again for those who just came in the room. Stranger is the one that came up with this, the moderators. That is the brother Stranger who came up with that. He created that right there, and we will use that, and maybe people in the future will use that as well as time goes on. But when they do, this is dated, and this will be dated where people can see that it originated here on the Tehuti Podcraft through Stranger. Okay, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to step... Whoa. What I'm going to do now is I am going to go through the questions in the email. I'm going to step away for just a second. I'm going to put something on for you guys to see, and then I'll be back in just a moment. Okay, let me see here. Hold on a second. Okay, there it is. Boom. Let's go. Let's put this on here. Sorry, everybody. What is it called? What is it called? No, I don't want that. I don't want that. Real? Maybe this. Okay, 1 second, everyone. What is that word I'm looking for? Hold on, sorry, everybody. Anthro. That's the word I'm looking for. Anthro. Let's see if it's here. Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and put it on the YouTube one then. Okay, I'm going to put this on for just a few moments. See if it will play.
A son on the head of another sister.
Question. I've answered your question. Let me ask you a very clear question. Sounds like that to you.
Okay, here we go. This is me and Jabari's interaction. I'll put this on to entertain everyone until I return. I shall be right back. Let me go share, screen share. People kept texting me and sending me messages. Yo, we'd like you, man, you need to go check Debate Jabari. You and Jabari would be fire. You and Jabari would be great. And I'm like, yeah, I did that already. But not everybody might know about it. So here, if you can see the screen, here's the screen right here. And I'll go ahead and put this on put that there. I'll be back, everybody. I shall be back.
You have a wife, don't you? 3. Do you? And I made the distinction for you. Perhaps you didn't hear it.
Oh, not.
What's your homework?
Hold on, everybody. I have this on video, but I'm playing the YouTube one.
Because something that is symbolic can be for the person who was actually feeling it is actually very real. And I know that you know that. Brother, you have a wife, don't you?
3.
Do you love her?
3 of them.
Do you love them?
Yes, brother.
Show me the love.
Are you removing the stance that you took?
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. But the reason why it sounds like that to you is because you are being very literal.
Brother, I asked you a straightforward question.
I have answered that. I'm going to say it again because
Aset has a sun on her head.
Let me answer it again.
Does that make her unreal, and is that your stance?
Let me answer it again. Let me answer it again. Let me answer it again. Because you like to use the word real, right? And I was very clear to you that I do not like the word real. I know you heard me say it. You're pretending you didn't hear it. I know you heard me say it. I know you heard me say it. And because you are pretending that you are not hearing it, you are pretending that I have not answered your question. Let me answer it as explicitly as I can. The fact that you see the sun on her head means that she is symbolic. And in fact, what you are seeing when you look at Anscestral moon is you are seeing them say that she is like us. She is wearing our headdress. Are you telling me that they're saying that she is us? So I'm asking you a very clear question. I've answered your question. Let me ask you a very clear question.
So based on the logic.
Wait. I'm asking the question. I'm asking the question.
What Anna said are real.
I'm actually asking you a question. I'm asking you a question. Are you saying that it is possible for a literal human being to have the sun on their head. Is that your argument?
I've never made any such claim. I actually never made it.
I didn't ask you to make the claim. I'm asking, is that would you say yes or no?
No, I never actually presented an argument, sir. I just asked you a straightforward question instead of premise, and you answered it, and you agreed with your stance.
I think you don't. You're not answering my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are. That's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know why you would like to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you.
What's your homework? It's easy to find out. Just enter your address into our free estimate tool for instant results. See what you can afford to put towards your dream home. Free instant home estimates. Want to win? Sell with Redfin.
Do two W-2s make a W-4?
Are you kidding?
How hot was the sun?
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish, Sonetta. And I wanted you to explain to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no.
Not yet.
I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible, and that's why that is symbolism.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it?
No, it's not possible, but you set your premise already.
This is 8. I'm going to ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Let me cut in this right quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you now. I agree with you, but because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said because the woman have a son on her head, she can't be real. So the brother then showed you a son on the head of another sister who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother.
This is the reason why you have to be really clear about what is being said. Because when you look at...
Okay, I am back. All right. Okay, peace, everyone. I am back from that. That was an example of... the conversation, debate I had with the brother Jabari. You can all go check that out. Just type in Tehuti versus Jabari, and you will see that interaction. Very, very. That was fun. I had a lot of fun there, and people said again they've never seen Jabari get so out of character. But anyways, everybody go check that out. Yes, Sonetta said, I hit him with the uppercut. Floyd Mayweather gets hit. And at the end of that debate, there was a voting poll, and the votes declared me as the winner, which was an upset because I was brand new to coming to Sonetta, and I went straight to the so-called top, Jabari, and beat him, although a lot of people are trying to erase that from history. But anyways, let's go check out the questions that were asked. So Floyd Floyd Tehuti, watch out. Oh man, interesting. Let's go ahead and get into the meat of this. We're almost an hour in. Let's go ahead and get into. Sorry. Somebody put. Let me go ahead and. What's the email link to the invite? Sanetti and Moon's being asked that. You can go ahead and put this link right in the room, and they can send this link out. So now all you got to do is go to the YouTube link. And when you say the invite, do you mean the invite into the StreamYard? I'm not sure what the brother's asking. But if you did send a Cash App support, then yes, based on the question, I will let you come into the StreamYard and ask live. If you're asking for that link, only I have that. To the brother Amun Ku Nitiru. Let's go ahead and get into the meat. Press 1 if you can hear me, please. Press 1 if you can hear me. Let me get the branding back up. And we're going to get into an example of how I answer questions. I will do my best, and this is why people send support for my answers. Let's get into the questions. So it's where are we here? Shout out to so I see some support already. It's building up. We have Nito Campbell. Let me go ahead and Nito Campbell right off the bat is sending some support. And it says, I'm not sure if this is a question. It looks like a part of a quote from Ptahotep. I'm not sure, but let me, maybe he'll clarify. I don't know if this is support, just support, or if this is an actual question. But I'll go ahead and put this in the room here from Brother Nito Campbell. So let me show everybody how this is done. What is it? March. Let's get into some knowledge here. So we'll call this. Whoops. No. Already exists? No. We'll call this number 1. And I want to give respect to the donations. So here we go. Let me go back to here and go back to here and look for Nito Campbell. Here we go. I'm doing this all manually, everybody, so bear with me. Usually the YouTube would just put up the super chat, but I have to do this by hand, manually. So here we go. So here we go with boom, Nito Campbell with the first support donation, and this is Nito Campbell says, guard your tongue from harmful speech, which is one of the laws of Ma'at, spoken of by Ptahotep and Amenem-Opi. This is a wonderful law, guard your tongue from harmful speech, which actually I went over the last class. So I don't know if this is just some support for what I went over last class, or if Nito Campbell wanted to ask a question about this, but either way, he'll put it in the room to clarify, and the moderators will see it and let me know. But much respect to Nito Campbell for guard your tongue from harmful speech. That is what we do here at the Tehuti Podclass. We do not have harmful speech against anyone, even if we disagree with their teaching. We do not speak directly about the person to try to harm them or their family with insults in any way. We deal strictly with the knowledge. This is one of the first moral laws on the planet, from where the book of Psalms and Proverbs gets their concepts from. Guard your tongue from harmful speech, as taught by Ptahotep and Amenem-Opi. Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Nito, for that support. If you want to get into it more, put it in the chat. I'm going to move forward. Okay, what do we have here? Oh, and we have a question actually from last class. I see a question here from last class. Is Brother Stranger in the room? Brother Stranger? Is Brother Stranger in the room? Let me go and look and see. If so, I have a question from the last class. Brother Stranger, are you here? Okay, Brother Stranger says, yes, sir. So Brother Stranger asked a question, and we're going to get into that, and then we're going to go into the latest ones. But this was a question that was asked right when the class was closing. I was about to answer it, and then Brother Stranger, having consideration for the time, he said, you know what, Tehuti, it's late. Go ahead and answer it next time. I said, thank you, brother, because it was definitely like a 4-hour, 5-hour class last time. So thank you, my brother. But I had that question ready then, answer, and I'm going to go ahead and get into it now. So let's go ahead and put it up on the room. So shout out to Nito Campbell, and then shout out to Stranger. Let me go ahead and Okay. Here is the question. Shout out to Stranger. Stranger sends this question. Very, very interesting question. Stranger Sandoval, shout out to you for the $22. I appreciate the support. Thank you so much. And this is a question from Stranger that was sent in, which also has some statements in it, which I am also going to correct for clarity for the good brother Stranger. He said, people of Kemet were very self-aware. That is absolutely true. Then afterwards, he says, they didn't have mirrors. That is actually not true. We're going to get into it. How did they become so obsessed with beauty? And then Stranger adds the question, water reflection, depictions of water divination. Very, very good question. Very, very good question. Some people may say this question is random. That's wonderful. Every question is random. We don't know what's in people's minds, and I had no idea that Stranger or anybody is even thinking about mirrors, but I have to be prepared to answer. This is actually going to get into the as above, so below principle. Something as simple as to us as a mirror, which we look at for vanity and also for health purposes and many different reasons why we may use a mirror in this society, was different from why the Kemetians use the mirror, because everything, let me get this off the screen. So shout out to Stranger, you know a deep answer is about to come, and it's not just going to come from the top of my head, and you're going to very well appreciate how this mirror is actually my name. We're going to get into how the mirror is actually the name of Tehuti. So again, people of Kemet were very self-aware. They didn't have mirrors. How did they become so obsessed with beauty? Water reflection, depictions of water divination. Let's get into it. Wonderful. Shout out to you, Stranger. Let's get into it. Okay. So first, I want to clarify that the Kemetians, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Let's share the screen. But first, before I share the screen, let me get some images up for you, because you know me, I'm going to answer this, not just from talking. I'm going to show you and walk you through how is the mirror is not just a regular mirror, it represents Tehuti. So let's get into this. Okay, I'll get to the screen. Let me go here. Stranger's still here. Yes, Stranger is here. Okay, yes, Nani says got books, please email. Thank you, Nani, for that. And Stranger, here we go. Here's how you answer a question. So first, because the question is based on the Kemetians and the Nile Valley people themselves, then I have to refer to where the Cometians and Nile Valley people themselves spoke about mirrors. What did they say themselves? I'm going to put this up for all the new people in the room because this is one of our mottos, our sayings for everybody, new people, old people, everyone in the room. The old people are very familiar with this, and this is boom, ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. So I am not going to gish gallop you. I'm not going to give a whole bunch of thoughts and opinions. I'm going to give you what the ancestors said, what the ancestors used, and their references to mirrors. So first we're going to get into the Iparu papyrus, the papyrus that, unfortunately, Hebrew Israelites like to use to verify the Exodus story. Boo. It's horrible, but we're not going to get into the Exodus story right now. We're going to get into how the Iparu papyrus is the earliest papyrus discussing what's called order ab chao, or the balance and the cyclical nature of how life goes around in a circle. We're going to get into that. Let's go on this journey of the mirrors. Okay, let me go ahead and do a share. And here we go. Let's get into it. And let me see if I can... Okay, here we go. Boom. Let's see how this screen works. By the way, StreamYard has changed some things. So that's why I am playing with things as I go, because StreamYard has actually changed several, added some new features which changed some things. So here we go. There's a screen layout. There's the big screen. Okay, let's get into it, but I want this one. Okay, here we go. Let's get into it. Boom. Okay, so here is the here's the question. Everybody can see that on the screen. People of Kemet were very self-aware. They didn't have people of Kemet were very self-aware. They didn't have mirrors. How did they become so obsessed with beauty, water reflection, depiction of water divination? Let's get into it. This is the Iparu papyrus dating back 1850 to 1600 BC. Okay, this is the papyrus laden I-344 recto, Dutch National Museum. This is where you can find it. Dutch National Museum of Antiquities, Netherlands, Holland. This is the Iparu papyrus, the papyrus of Order ab chao. It was a papyrus discussing some tragic things that were going to happen to Kemet, not physically, but a story of what are the most important things in Kemet, and if they were taken away, what would happen? It talks about the water turning into blood. It talks about people losing their homes. It talks about people ravaging the streets, things that are not permitted in Ma'at. And then it talks about, after a period of time, things come back into order again, because that is the cycle of life. Unfortunately, the Hebrew Israelites are trying to use this to verify the Exodus story is horrible. So here we go. You can also go get a, I refer this to a lot of my students, the Anthology of the Ancient Egyptians. Most of my students have this, and it is the literature of the ancient Egyptians all together. And this is on page 200 of the Anthology of the Ancient Egyptian Literature of the Ancient Egyptians Anthology. This is on page 200, which is the translation of this lamentation here. And it goes on to say, behold, now this is when things start to become good again. Behold, cupbearers have become masters of butlers. So now, in the cycle of things becoming negative, when things become good again, they can become even better than what they were when they started. So he who has a message, a messenger, now sends someone else. Behold, he who did not have a loaf is now the owner of a storehouse. So as you can see, the theme in Kemet is that if you pursue and stick with Ma'at, the things that you had, even if you go through rough times, if you stick with it, then you'll be even better. So you may go through some chaos at first, but if you stick with it, you actually will start to advance in Ma'at, and what you had before will multiply. But it takes patience. The storeroom is stocked with property of another. Behold, he who has lost their hair was lacking in oil. Has become the owner of jars of sweet myrrh. And here is the part right here, the reference to the mirrors and the answer, a part of the answer to the question. Behold, she, see, it goes right into the she. See, the above was he, then it goes into the she. She who had no box is now the owner of a chest. So the person is advancing from a box to a whole chest. And she who used to look at her face in the water now owns a mirror. Okay, so again, what was the original mirror? The original mirror was people looking into the water, just as Stranger had thought. And people used to use a stone called the obsidian stone, which was a black stone. If it's polished, you can actually look at yourself inside of this black stone. And they would also polish copper and stones and actually have mirrors. So Kemet did have mirrors. The ones that were found were not similar to the ones of today that were, well, at least some of them, the common ones that are sand glass mirrors. They were different. They were made from a different type, but they still had a reflection. So she who used to look at her face in water now owns a mirror. Okay, so let's go and look at what kind of mirror this is. So the mirror form, yeah, the mirror form was originally water. I actually need that. Oh, yeah. So now we're going to go into, the Cleveland Museum of Art. Okay. The Cleveland Museum of Art and the Leverrier Museum. Okay, so this is going back to 1540 to 1290 BC. And what we have here is the bronze and black copper inlay. And these are the mirrors that were shined, and when they were shined, you would actually see your reflection. And it was associated with the woman. As you can see, if you expand the image there, you see the female there. Okay. And we go over here to Leverrier Museum, the same thing. We find these images here. And when you expand them, you can see the handle is actually in the shape of a body that's a paddle with breasts, as you can see over here. Okay. Over here, again, you can see the woman with the breasts. And you can see, if you expand it here, you can see the Hathor horns. And so on and so forth. Women were associated with mirrors because women are associated with beauty. But let's get into what the mirror originally represented. And by the way, let me go ahead and stop the screen. And just as you see those mirrors on the screen there, let me see something here. Let me see if I can do the share with the screen inlay, and let's see how it looks. Okay, so here is the mirror, and then one of my goddesses just passed me this because this is mine. Boom. Okay, the same thing. This is what the Kemetians had. Boom, they had this. As you can see, I have mine, and they had theirs because we keep this tradition going on for years. That's actually where the mirror came from. Now we're going to get into it. Here it is again. Boom and boom. Okay, now we're going to get into the mirror and what it actually represents and how it ties into Tehuti. Okay, let's get into it. So I answered the question there, but of course I'm not just going to stop there, especially for Stranger, who's been a loyal, dedicated supporter for a long period of time, and I'm going to get into thoroughly breaking things down for him. So here we go. Let's get even more deep into it. So here we are. We're going to go into the symbols. So now we're going to get into the hieroglyphic dictionary, page CXXIII. And on the hieroglyphic dictionary, we can see the Cometians have the symbol for the mirror. We'll blow it up right there on the screen. And there you can see it right there, right here. It is number 61 image in the hieroglyphic dictionary. And that is the mirror, as you can see, right over top of weight and balance. Okay. All right. Now we're going to get into, this is the destruction of mankind, the story of Het-Heru Sekhmet, which is in the temple of Seti. The story of the holy cow. We're going to get into this. This is found in the Gods of the Ancient Egyptians, page 370, and it's also found in I think it's page 67 of Legends of the Gods translated. So it says here, we'll look at the right here. Now this is when Ra and Tehuti decide to depart from the planet. They decide to leave that area and depart because of the uproar that was taking place and because of the rebellion. And it says, come, let us, Ra ordered that Tehuti should come into his presence speedily. And when he had arrived, he said to him, come, let us depart from the heavens, from my place, because I am about to create a thing of light, the God of light, in the Tuat, in the land of Babat. In the land of Babat. So that's where you get the word Baba from Babat. And we'll get into that, but let's get into the mirror. And there thou shalt. Now this is going to explain how Tehuti started getting his names. Because one of Tehuti's names is Aset. A lot of people don't know that. But one of Tehuti's names and titles is Aset or Aseti. Aseti. People think Aset was just the female wife of Osar, but actually Aset was one of the names of Tehuti. Let's get into it. And thou there shalt write down for punishment among the dwellers therein those who have committed deeds of rebellion. This is how Tehuti became associated with writing down and judging the deeds of man and the punishment. It's because of a rebellion that took place between the mortal beings and the beings of the time who wanted to overthrow Ra, one of the netters. And Ra directed Tehuti to be the writer of those and the punishments that are committed in the deeds of the rebellion, and those whom my heart hateth. So Ra did not like what was happening because they were trying to overthrow Ra. And thou shalt be in my place. So here it is right here. We see the word place here. This is Aset. I'll blow this up here as you can see. You see the word Aset right there. A lot of people, they think when they see the word Aset, it is only talking about the wife of Tehuti. It's actually the word for a seat or a place, a ruling area, represented by this seat right here and this symbol right here, which is a domain or dimension or a housing area called the Ast or the East or the Aset. Okay, thou shalt be called. So here's where Tehuti now gets his other name, Aseti, Asti. And you see the netter symbol at the end saying that this is not this one. This is just the place. Aset means a seat or a place of rulership. But this one is the name of an actual netter because he got the name because he was taking the place of Ra. What is the symbol of Ra? Ra symbol is the sun. What is the place of Ra? It would be a lesser light. Still a light, but this would be a light of judgment called a lesser light. Ra being the greater light, and then Tehuti now taking his place, but being the lesser light. This is where they get the concept of the greater light and the lesser light inside of the Bible. It actually came from Ra and Tehuti, as Tehuti being called the Aseti because he takes the place of Ra and becomes the deputy. Let's shrink it down. That is to say, the deputy of Ra. So the Aseti The place of Ra that Tehuti takes is now the deputy, and it shall be permitted to thee to send forth thy messenger. Here's the word for messenger is hab. Hab, and you can see the walking messenger symbol or the movement symbol at the end. This became Ebi or Ibis. This is where you get the Ibis bird of Tehuti. It came from this Habi or Hab. At these words, the Ibis, see there? So the Ibis, when the Greeks got into these, trying to say these words because of their speech impediment, they could not say these words. They had issues with just saying Hab. They had to say Ibis. But Ibis is not the word Hab, but they had because of their makeup, they distort things when it comes into their recognition. So here you have the Ibis, which is originally the Hab, see Habi. Habi becomes Ebi, and then Ebi, because the Greeks have a fascination with adding the letter S to words. Habi becomes Ebi, and Ebi becomes Ibis, and that is the Hab, which is the envoy of Thoth, that is Tehuti, came into being. So this is how the Habi bird came into being, and being means coming into being associated with Tehuti. So Tehuti now is symbolized by the Habi bird, which is that bird right there, which I'm going to show in a moment, that I carry one around with me. I used to carry to the Killer Priest Podclass. Podcraft. So thou came into being. Ra next tells Thoth that he will give him power to lift up his hand before the great company of the gods, and he makes play on the word Ken, and it becomes Tekeni, a bird sacred to Thoth. That's another bird with the long beak, which becomes the measure on top of the Makait, which is the scales of Ma'at, and that little beak at the top, which is the measuring balance. I don't know if you guys remember, those who are old enough, when you used to go to the dentist's office or the gym years and years ago, the scale that you would get on, it would have a little thing that you would move around at the top, and it had a little beak that pointed to the weight. It wasn't digital back then, but that came from Kemet. To embrace Ankh, two heavens with his beauty straight away. Here we go. Straight away the moon, Yah. This is where the Hebrew Israelites get the word Yah. This is the moon, because the moon is the lesser light. So Tehuti becomes the deputy of the Ra, takes the place of Ra, being the greater light, the sun. Tehuti becomes the lesser light. It's the lesser light, though, only because the moon is not as strong as the sun, but the moon is a reflection. Here's how we get into the mirrors now. The moon is a reflection of the sun. So no flat earthers, no. The moon is not spinning around the earth, creating its own light. The moon was a reflection of the sun. The Kemetians knew it. They called Tehuti the moon, which was the reflection in the lesser light of the greater light, called the Yah. And Tehuti was to drive back the Hanibu straight away, like the ape, and then it became the Anan, which is the ape, which is the aggressive nature of the ape, to force and drive things back. So Tehuti becomes the lesser light, and that is the moon. When we go over here to the instructions of Amenemopi, the same scribe of Ma'at, which talks about controlling your tongue from harmful speech. In the instructions of Amenemopi, which is where they get the book of Proverbs, Psalms from. This goes back 1300 BC. As you can see right here, we deal with facts and research. The instructions of Amenemopi, 1300 BC, 1075 BCE. As you can see, they took the book of Proverbs. Proverbs and Psalms comes from Kegimni and Ptahotep, and especially Amenemopi. Now we're in the instructions of Amenemopi on page 229. Page 229 of the Anthology Literature of the Ancient Egyptians. Remember, when asked about a culture, we go to the culture themselves. This isn't those the Native American Aboriginal people who talk about or any other. There's groups of people that when you ask them a question about the culture, they never actually refer you to the writing of the culture themselves. It's unfortunate they start coming from the top of their head. But we here at the Tehuti Podclass, I'm teaching all my students, when asked about what the Kemetians do, You must quote what the Cometians wrote themselves, and then you can add on with information. You never start from your own information first, because that leads to that leads to conjecture and making up stuff and leading people astray. So here is the instruction of Amenemope found on page 229, which deals with the moon, which is going to tie the moon in to the mirror. One who transgresses the furrow shortens a lifetime. One who seizes it for fields and inquires a deceptive assertion will be lassoed by the might of the moon. What does that mean? To one who has done this on earth, pay attention. Okay? Lassoed by the light of the moon. Let's analyze this. What is the light of the moon? The light of the moon is the mirror reflection image of the light that's actually coming from the sun, but you mainly see the moon's light. It becomes mostly relevant when, ladies and gentlemen, at nighttime. At nighttime is when the moon's light becomes mostly relevant to animals and people for millions of years. That was the light before electricity. So lassoed by the might of the moon means that what you do think you're doing in darkness, what you think you're doing hidden away from everybody, and you think you're maneuvering sneakily in the dark because you can't be seen, guess what? The light of the moon shines on you. Symbolic of the light of Tehuti, because Tehuti was the judge. Symbolic of the mirror, because the mirror light of the sun reflects off the moon, and that shines the light on you as you think that you're hiding in the darkness and being deceptive. You will be caught. That's the lasso. The lasso, like a cowboy. The lasso by the might of the moon is going to catch you. You're going to be caught in the spotlight of the moon, even though you think you're being sneaky and you can't be seen because you're in darkness. That moon can still see you. Tehuti still sees you. Okay, so now we go into the hot-headed man, which goes back into when Nito Campbell spoke about the tongue destroying. That's the tongue of the hot-headed man. The hot-headed man, what are you like? He cries out, and his voice reaches heaven. O moon, make his crime manifest. Does everybody see that? This is why Tehuti is associated with the mirror and the moon, because he's doing the person who's doing negativity. The moon makes the crime manifest, because even though you think you're in the darkness and you're hiding and you're trying to hide your crimes, guess what manifests you and brings you to light, shines you out, is the light of the moon, symbolic of you will be caught even if you think you are hiding. Thus the moon is symbolic of revealing the hidden crimes for judgment, for balance, stability, order, and non-obliquity. Okay, that is the moon associated with Tehuti. Okay, there's Amenemope. Here's the beauty of our culture, ladies and gentlemen. The beauty of our culture is that we left things behind that you can see today. This is not like the unfortunate teachings of the Christians and the Hebrew Israelites and the paper religions that just talk, but a real cultures leave real things behind to show that they actually existed. So here's the bust of Amenemope. Those are his writings. That's his papyrus, and it actually exists, and you can find them. Okay, here is Tehuti. So guess what? Here we go. This is the hymn of Tehuti. So this is now in volume 2, Merriam Lithium. You can go pick that up. Merriam Lithium's Literature of the Ancient Egyptians, volume 2. There's a hymn to Tehuti that clearly associates Tehuti with the reflective moon, the lesser light, Ra being the greater light, and Tehuti being the lesser light because he's the judge. He sees you in the darkness. Adoration of Tehuti, son of Re. See that? Adoration of Tehuti, son of Re, the moon. So we see that this is why Tehuti is called the moon god. So when people say, hey, there's the moon god, Yah's the Yahweh, or Yah is the moon god, and you ask somebody, what does that mean? Is he a god that lives on the moon? Did he only come out at night? No, the Cometians clearly describe what the moon god is, and it describes a light that will catch you from Uben Ra, or Nefer Uben Ra. O beautiful rising, Lord of appearing, light of the gods. See, he's the light. The Lord of appearing, he's the light. By the Prince Count Fan Bearer, On the king's right, great top troop commander, royal scribe, Haremheb justified, says, "Hail to you, moon." So this is where the unfortunate ignorance of the European that came in to the motherlands in the Nile and saw our cultures looking up at the moon, or having images of the moon, which Tehuti has on his head. And they would say, look at these people, they're moon worshippers. They worship the moon. Meanwhile, we are trying to imbue the principle of the as above, so below principle, understanding what the moon represents to us, and how in Kemet, the moon represented a few things. One was Tehuti, and one was where the original Kemetians came from, which was the mountain of the moon, which was in Uganda, and Lake Tana, where the Nile Valley actually begins. That's the mountain of the moon. And the moon god Tehuti, because he's the judge of those in the darkness, the Neter Kurt, the dark world, the realm underneath. The bull Khnum, dweller of Herset, who makes way for the gods. And here is the explanation of the moon in the darkness. Who knows the secrets, records their expression, who distinguishes one speech of another, the judge of everyone, keen face, ship of millions, courier of mankind. He advises the sole Lord. So there is Tehuti associated with the moon, and he's called the deputy. The deputy. Guess what the word deputy is, ladies and gentlemen? Guess what the word deputy is? So when I was debating vocab Malone and I talked to other people, I say things that a lot of people may not know, and they think because I say things that's not common, they say, oh, Tehuti's making a mistake. So I may say, praise to Aten, the great god Tehuti. And somebody in the conscious community will say, look at Tehuti calling Tehuti Aten. Aten is the sun god. Aten is the sun god that Akhenaten worshipped. But that is because of the time that I take in studying the culture. Here we are looking at the word deputy. Remember, Tehuti was called the deputy, associated with the moon. Guess what the word is for deputy? Scroll down. We're on page 98 now of the hieroglyphic dictionary. We see here Aten Nub, serpent-headed supporter of the throne of Ra. We see Aten. Look at that. What is the word Aten there? Aten is the word for mirror. Remember the symbol that I showed you all in the beginning for the mirror? Aten, the same word for what people are calling the sun god, is actually the word in Kemet for the mirror. You see that? Why? Because mirror reflections are based on light. You can't get a mirror reflection without the light. So the main light is the Aten, and that shines light on the water, or the obsidian stone, and then you look at it and then you see a mirror reflection coming from the great light, the Aten, right? But guess what Aten also means? Aten, to act as a deputy. You see that? So you have Aten, the greater light, and then you have Aten to act like the deputy, and that's why the same word for what Tehuti was called the deputy of Ra, or the vicar of Ra. He's the deputy, and the same word deputy, which he is the same word for mirror, ladies and gentlemen. You see that? Because here is the moon reflecting off of the waters, creating the light. That is the symbol of Tehuti. So Tehuti is the light, is the mirror light of the night, judge, the reflection of the light of the sun, in which the mirror in the Kemet represents. So when you see the Kemetian person, man and woman, with a mirror, that mirror has a whole story behind it that links back into Tehuti. So it's not just a person staring at a mirror through vanity, it's an actual story. And that's why when we go back and look at the mirrors have symbols at the bottom. It's not just regular mirrors. The mirrors have symbols because they link into stories and symbolism and the as above, so below. So let's summarize and get to the answer of Strange's question. And so this goes back to the Iperu Papyrus, which is the first papyrus here that mentions the mirror and how the original mirror was water, but then as time developed, you own a mirror because the mirror is you can transport with it, but of course water existed before any Kemetian invented a mirror. You have Tehuti down here, who is called the Aset, and he's called the deputy. The deputy is the seat of power only because he, Tehuti, is a reflection of light. Thus both the sun and its reflection, Tehuti the moon, are both called Aten, and here is the Aten right here, which is the word that everybody just uses for sun, the sun god, but it's actually one of the names of Tehuti. It is the name of a deputy or a vicar, which Tehuti was called, and that is why Tehuti was also associated with the mirror, because the Aten was the mirror, because the moon is the mirror reflection of the sun, which originally shone off of water. Boom, there's your answer, my brother, and I hope you appreciated it. And that is how I answer questions. A little bit different than maybe what you're used to, but I hope you get used to it, because that's what we do here. Alrighty, next up. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm getting hand claps over there. There we go. Thorough. Yes, that's how you answer a question. Let's go on to more. On to more. So, stranger, if I answered your question, you can let me know. Okay, so here we go. Yes, there it is again. The moon is a mirror image of the Earth's land mass. We'll get into that another time as well, but that is actually true. Okay. Okay, and Mandarin, peace, Mandarin. And we have Nahia Ninti says, I hope y'all are paying attention. That's funny. That's nice. Cute. Okay, we got the mics here, microphones, and we got I don't know what those are. Those are bombs or hand claps. Thank you, Hecka. Let's get on. I'm not done. We're just beginning the night here. It's only 8:37 over here. I'm going to go through one more. You guys, everybody, please, let me get back to the room here. Everybody, please support. Please support. You see the length of time that it takes as you can see, look at the top of the screen, you will see my name, Tehuti Podclass, and what is that name in? It's in a reflection of night water. Do you see that in the corner there? That represents my name. That is the moon's reflecting off the waters, which is what Tehuti represents. So everybody, send in your support, please. I'm going to go and see who has supported and get into the Cash Apps. We have here, of course, we have Netter Unk, Hotep L. Of course. Oh, this is funny. This is going to be funny. Hold on a second, Netter Unk. Let me see. Hold on. How do you spell this? This is hilarious. Tamris, is it Saeed? Oh man, I hope I can find this. Hilarious. Where is she? I need to find her. There's a question sent. I gotta find her because 1 second. What is she called? She's the hold on, everybody. of Egypt today. This is hilarious. History. I'm going to find her as I go on. There's the Hebrews know who this is because they always try to use this on us. It's hilarious. But let me go into the question. Let's go into what was actually sent. She's called the Queen of Egypt today, or the modern day, the Pharaoh of today. Her name is like Tamarisi. I'm gonna look for it one more time. Hold on. Oh my gosh. Pharaoh, is it Tamari? I'll find her, ladies and gentlemen. She's hilarious. Let me look at one last thing before I answer this, because I want to add comedy to this answer. Where is she? Ahati. Is Ahati in here? Is Ahati in the room? Let me go in the room. Ahati, if you're in the room, press 1, my brother. I need you to look up something for me so I can find an image. Look up something for me, please. Ahati, are you in here? Ahati. Yes, thank you, Mr. Untouchable. Thank you so much. Very thorough research. Ahati, if you're in here, okay, go look up the thing that the Hebrew Israelites always use against the people. It's hilarious. I wish Prodigy was in here. He knows. The lady that's claiming to be the queen of Egypt today. Her name's like Tamaray Said, and she's claiming to be I think that's her. Send that to me. Send that to me. It's comedy, but let me get into why I'm even talking about that, and then I'm going to take a little break. Send that. Text that to me. Send that to me. Okay, here we go, everybody. Here we go. The question is, R.I.P. Prodigy. Yes, but not that Prodigy though. The Prodigy, the debater Prodigy. But yes, R.I.P. to the rapper Prodigy, who was coming into the teachings right before he passed, and he actually got a chance to put out some songs and do some music. And my teacher at the time had a studio, and Prodigy used to come by and do music in the studio, dropping information right before he passed. So shout out to that Prodigy. Yes. Okay. Let's get into Netter Unk's question. Shout out to Netter Unk. Whoops. Shout out to Netter Unk. We'll put this at 2. And I'm going to answer this, and then I'm going to take another quick break. Netter Unk, let me see if I can find you. He's in here as Netter the Greatest, I believe. Okay, here we go. Shout out to Nets. Oh no, that's Nito. 1 second, everyone. Hold on. One moment, everyone. That's Nito Campbell. Okay, thank you. I'm looking for Netter Unk. Netter Unk, where are you? Oh, 1332. Here he is. Okay, here we go, Netter Unk. Let me put you on the screen. For your $13.32 support. I appreciate it. Yes, I want to override that so I can put you on the screen as 1332, coming from the brother who supports every single Podclass. And Netter Unk says, who were the Ptolemies? Are they still ruling today? Let me see. Did that come in? Actually, send that to my email. Can you hear me? You send it to my email. Send it to my email because I can't put what's on the phone. Send it to my email. So, a little mic check again. Press 1 if you can hear me, everyone. We got somebody new in the room. We got Uncle Jasaneb, I see, from Daryl McDonald. Uncle Jasaneb, to you. We got Godmind. Godmind is another great supporter who is here every class. Peace and blessings to you. Peace and blessings to you. Okay, so Who were the Ptolemies? For those who are new in the room, I suggest you go get this book right here. Let me see if I can put it up on the screen. This is a great book, great PDF. If you want to inquire on how to get this, it's The Secret of the Ages, Stepping Out of the Matrix. If you want to inquire on how to obtain this, which has a huge section on the Ptolemies, on the creation of Serapis, the Septuagint, go ahead and get this book. This book will help you get some answers on the Ptolemies. I actually also did a debate about, if you want to see a debate I did on the Ptolemies. I actually did a full debate on the Ptolemies, and my moderators, if you can put that link in the room. It's me versus JJ 7000, and that is my debate actually on the Ptolemies and their involvement with the creation of the Bible. Okay, let's get into some things here. Yes, moderators, you can put that in the room. Give me a moment here. Okay. Give me a moment, everyone. I'm going to... oh, everybody can hear me? Oh, I got it, Ahati. I have it. I have it. Peace to Hybrid. Hybrid Cipher. Nice name. Shout out to the... Okay. Shout out to the Ptolemies for giving Tehuti another win. Haha, that's funny. Thank you. Thank you, Donkey. Here's what I'm going to do, everybody. I have to step away for just another moment. I'm a one-man show. I am the engineer, the question answerer, the light arranger, one-man show, and also have to step away to do some things. So what I'm going to do is, here it is. Sandy put up in the room. JJ7 versus JJ 7000. Are those boxing gloves? That is the link in the room. You can even type in the name and it will pop up. I'm going to get into that answer. Let me just step away again, everybody, and do something for a couple of minutes, and then I'll be back with that answer. I want to answer with a clear mind, so let me take care of something here. Great question, though. Let me see something here. Anthro. That's not it. Okay, 1 second, everyone. Examples. Okay, here it is. I'm trying to see if I have the... I should have it, the actual video debate with Jabari, so you won't have to see the commercials. Okay, here's what I'm going to do, everybody. Whoops, sorry. I'm going to do this right now. Live, and put this on for you guys. I appreciate everybody's patience. Yes, I am a one-man show, but I'm going to answer all these questions thoroughly. I'm going to put this on. I'm converting this so that you will not see commercials when I play this. One moment. Oh, this is taking a while. Okay. 65% converted. I'm doing this for you guys so I can put this on and have this playing while I step away for a moment, and I'm going to get into the Ptolemy answer. And but I don't want the commercials to pop up, nor any YouTube flagging weird stuff. So I'm going to convert it so I can just play it. And it should play in 20 seconds, 19 seconds. Converting. No ads. 19 seconds. Oh, okay. Okay, let's give it some time. All right. Wow. 17 seconds, 15 seconds. It's going to take a little minute. No, look at this. 15 seconds. Okay. So, taking a while to convert. I'm going to go ahead and just show this. It's taking a little while. Okay. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen because I do have to step away for a moment. When this converts, I'm just going to transfer what's playing on YouTube to the actual video. But in the meantime, I want to give you guys something to see, to continue to see, while I step away for just a moment, and then we're going to get into the Ptolemies and the rest of the questions that were asked and the rest of the support that was asked. Here is the continuation again of me and Brother Jabari's conversation. I'll play this while I step away for a moment. Okay. Screen share. Share. How's it sharing though? Is it sharing full screen? Okay, here we go. Oh, let me get this sent to you. I'm going off the screen. Boom. And here we go. I'm going to go ahead and play this. And I'll be right back. That should show on the screen right there, I hope. That should show. Okay, here we go. Oh no, that's that's the wrong one. Here we go.
On the head of another sister who you did say would you. But because cut in this right quick.
Yes, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you now. I agree with you, but because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said because the woman have a son on her head, she can't be real. So the brother then showed you a son on the head of another sister who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother.
This is the reason why you have to be really clear about what is being said. Because when you look at Kemetic symbolism, you will often see human beings depicted as the Neteru. In fact, here's the deal. How do you know the difference? Because when you read the glyphs, they will tell you this is a human being. It will tell you this is a human being. This is not the Neteru. Brother Tehuti, can you tell us how, when you read the glyphs, you can tell the difference between the Neteru and human being?
Am I still muted? Okay.
No, you there.
Okay, thank you. Okay. First, I'd like to start off by saying thank you, Sarnetter. I'm on your show. This is your Floyd Mayweather, and thank you for your honesty. Okay. How do you tell the difference between a netter?
Yes.
And a real and a physical being? I don't know, brother. How do you tell the difference between a netter and a physical being according to you?
Put your image up again. Put your image up again.
I'll send them on, sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's see if it has enough of the image, because your image may not be complete.
see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so this is...
okay. What I'd like you to do, if you can do this for me, let's start with Aquaman. Can you go behind his headdress? I want you to zoom in behind his headdress. Can you get closer? No?
Yes, it looks like it says Neb Kepra Ra, but it's blurry.
Oh, wait a minute. You can read that. What is that? How do you know that's his name?
It's in a cartoon.
Oh, wait a minute. Because it's depicted differently than the way the divine is depicted. Because his name is, by the way, don't say cartouche. Cartouche is a French word. It's depicted in a shen. So that they are telling you that he is a person that is alive.
Awesome. Thank you.
And when you look at Anscestral, you will see the same thing. What you will of course, he took it down already. But
I'm sorry. Hold on. No. Don't say of course as if I had an intention. I took it down because I thought we already established what was in the cartouche.
Okay.
Understood. Email intentions. I want you to get your point across. Okay, so go back to, I'll blow it up again. So we're looking at the Shen with the name in the Shen, and you're saying because the name is in the Shen, that is the regular, that's the physical being or person. You can continue.
Did you put it up? Sonetta, can you share the image again?
Oh yes.
I need to share it, Sonetta. Yes. Can you go behind Anscestral? Is that as close as you can zoom in?
Yeah, because as soon as I let it go, it shrinks back.
Yeah, it's because of the size of the image. I get it. That's just how it is.
But I'll say this. I'll go ahead and agree, even though I can't blow it up. But I think you have enough knowledge to make your point, and if it makes sense, I agree. You can go ahead and describe what's behind her.
So what I want you to understand is, particularly when you see royalty, you are going to see them often depicted as the divine. The fundamental principle of Kemetic spirituality is that you are divine. That's the fundamental principle of Kemetic spirituality. And so I want you to understand that what is happening here is that they are telling you that this is not Ast herself.
Okay.
Now, because Kemetic spirituality occurs in a manner in which you can stop sharing. How about let me share.
And before I stop sharing, Jabari, just to be fair, because I want everybody to see the image, so your point can be solidified. Are you saying that what was the point of you bringing up a name is inside of a Shen? Because it's inside of a Shen, that means what exactly? That's not a netzer, it's a royalty?
What I'm saying to you is that often when we see people who are royal, their names are depicted in Shenu. But the other thing that you'll often see is that you'll often see that the royalty and others sometimes are also depicted as divine, right? Because they are taking on divine attributes, not because the divine person actually lived, not because Anscestral or us or anyone else is able to actually have the sun on their head.
I never.
So what I want you to understand is that this is symbolism, and that Anscestral there is being depicted as us, but they're very clear that she is not literally.
Okay, we've moved past the Floyd Mayweather hit. I want to go on to the
Wait, I was showing something. Remember, I just said I was going to show something. You asked the question.
But the cartouche thing, I still don't get the point of the
cartouche instead of Shen.
The Shen, just for the people out there. So for everybody out there, Shen is the real word for cartouche. I don't know what everybody knows. I don't know. I may say Egypt instead of Kemet, or Hekapata. But the Shen, again, for everybody, cartouche, what was the purpose of you bringing up?
Brother, I just answered the question. I'm going to go to something else. Wait, I just answered that. Can
a Netzer's name be in a Shen? Or no? I just want to see why is the Shen be.
The time that you'll actually, now listen, you have to understand that the fundamental principle of Kemetic spirituality is that you can invoke the divine, right? That these divine principles are inside of you. And that the Netheru are symbolic descriptions of that divine energy. That's the fundamental principle of Kemetic spirituality.
What name goes inside of a Shem?
The name of royalty, particularly.
Is royalty a myth, principle, or an actual name of a person? The name inside of a Shen, is it a physical living person?
The name in the Shen is a physical person. However, I want you to understand that what actually happens very often is that based on your connection to a particular energy, it might actually also be included in your name. Just like Anscestral has Amun in her name.
Right, but can Amun's name be in a Shen?
Not Amun referring to Amun the deity, no.
Okay.
If it was in a Shen, it would be referring to a person that has that name as well.
I will repeat what you said just for clarity. If it's in a Shen, it will be referring to a person. Is that your stance?
Yes.
Thank you. Continue.
So, what I want us to also understand is this. When you look at the judgment scene, right? Folks, I'm trying to use things that are really simple. I can also read some text to you, right? But when you look at the judgment scene, I want you to understand that this is the judgment scene of Hunefer, first of all, right? That different people had different judgment scenes depicted for themselves. Okay? Make sense? Okay. So, in this process, I am truncating this description of this scene greatly, just for the sake of time. In this process, when Hunefer has his heart weighed, and he has found Ma'ateru, true voice, he then is named Asar Hunefer. So that in this sense, he has become Asar. He has had victory over death. But we can focus on.
Yes. Body. Okay.
I'm sharing.
Okay, thank you. Can I screen share, please, Senator? And then remember that thing about the dog head.
Yes.
Body. Okay. Let me share this. Okay. And just for clarity, Jabari, so we know that we're all talking about the same beings as Neter, is Heru an Osar and Ma'at, and are they Neters?
I'm going to give you a bit of a nuanced question, a nuanced answer. And it's the same answer I gave you before, but maybe I'll say it a little bit differently this time. There are certainly, yes, those names are the names of the Netheru. However, there are people that also have that name, just like the dude down at the corner's name is Jesus. But his mother doesn't actually believe that he was a literal walking person that they might have called Jesus. Now, you may know, folks, if you've been paying close enough attention to me on this platform, that I do not subscribe to Jesus being a literal historical person. But
so the Neter, so just for clarity, so
let me clarify. You're saying just for clarity. So
Neter determinative on the Neter name.
Let me finish. Okay. So that the person who named her son Jesus she thinks that Jesus is a literal person, but she does not think that her son is literally Jesus.
But there's a distinction in Kemet because there's a Neter determinative. Remember you said there's a determinative. The difference in a called Heru and a Neter called Heru is the Neter would have a Neter determinative. Is that true or false?
Usually that's true.
Okay, I'm gonna go over something here. Can everybody see my screen?
We can see your screen.
Okay. So remember the good brother Jabari said that if a name in a cartouche symbolizes a physical person. I want to introduce everybody to this. I brought this up to Jabari before and others. This is the Taurine Royal Canon at display at the Egyptian Museum in Taurine. And what this is the Taurine's Kings list written by the hands of the Cometians themselves. I just wanted to show you the real picture, and then we're going to actually go and just take a quick look at some of the things within it. Okay, so here is, and you can go to Taurian Papyrus. You can look this up online. This breaks down the translations and the columns in the papyrus. And here, it states that the royal Taurian canon from the 18th dynasty, however, gives 23 years of rulership. And this is one of the things they use to determine Pharaoh Khufu's reign. Now here is the column 4 of Pharaoh Khufu. Okay, and it says 23 years of reign, Pharaoh Khufu. Okay, and now what we have here is we have King Narmer, which everybody says is a physical man. Now here where I'm moving my mouse, where's the mouse? Where'd it go? My screen lock up. Can you guys still hear me clear?
I can hear you.
Okay, here, right here, this is a shen, a broken shen right here. This line right here, this line right here, and this right here. This is a shen with the name inside the shen. Okay, here's the name with this symbol right here representing the Heru standard, the ruler. And this right here, this B, and this flower says Nesubit. It is a ruler, and there's the name inside the shen of a physical king called Narmer. Okay, this is in Taurian Papyrus, column 3. Now remember, the brother Jabari said that if your name is in a shen, I made sure. He said, if your name is in a shen, that denotes that's a physical being. That's not a netter. That's a physical being. So we know Narmer is a physical being. Now we're going to go over here to column 1, where we go back before Narmer. This is before Narmer, going back in time to column 1. And we have here inside the shen, see a little circle right there? There's the shen. And in here is Heru with the netter symbol. See where my mouse is moving right here? These are the netter determinatives, and it has Heru as a ruler on the Taurian's Kings list. Here is Heru. Before Heru, who did Heru take authority over? His father Asar. So when we go backwards, even back in the columns, now we have inside the cartouche, or inside the shen, right there, you have a part of it's broken off. That's why it has these lines. But this is the other part of the shen. Here we have Asar, Nesubit Asar, and this is before Narmer. And there is Osiris right there. Now this is in the Taurian's Kings list, and I just showed you where we have Set. Here we are in column 1 again, and we have inside the cartouche, inside the shen, there is Set, Nesubit Set, right there, and there is Set living for 200 years. So we have Heru in the Taurian Papyrus inside of a cartouche as a ruler, as a king, or as Jabari would say, as a person. We have Asar inside the cartouche of the shen as a ruler before Heru, and then we also have Set inside the Taurian Papyrus, inside the same Taurian Papyrus as Narmer, Khufu, and the rest of the kings. So I just wanted to establish that the name inside the shen here are netter names. So by Jabari saying the names inside the shen, that depicts a person, he is also agreeing that these were beings.
Can I ask a question? How do you know that's right on the screen? Wait, you always take everything down as soon as I'm questioning you on what you have on the screen.
Because I was done showing my screen. I didn't know.
No, I'm asking you about what you have on the screen.
Okay, let me
share screen. Why is it not showing the screen? Let me stop this. Hold on. Why is it not showing the screen? Let me go ahead.
Can everybody see the screen?
You were showing us Set, right?
Yeah, let me Set, Heru, and Osiris inside of the shen. Let me go back to
I'm going to ask you 2 things, because I think that part of this might be some of the your literalism and maybe your lack of familiarity with the language. And I do not actually subscribe that I am an expert in.
Okay, let me. Okay, I am back anyway, so let me get back to the screen. Anyway. There's Neath. Press 1 if you can hear me. I am back. We're here. I'm back. I wanted to check the comments, see if you guys can hear me. And it's Tehuti snake style. If you can hear me, press 1. Press 1, press 1, press 1 if you can hear me. If you can see me, press 1. If you can see me, Tehuti snake style, yes. If you can see me, press 1. Okay, good. I am back. So that was my conversation. That was a very enjoyable debate that I had with good brother Jabari. It was my first time on Sonnetter. My second time on Sonnetter, but the first debate on the Sonnetter. And as you can see, yeah, he was getting wrapped up and trapped up, and saying that the netter, if your name is in a shen, that only a king, a person's name can go in there. And I showed him the Netiru's names in the shens written by the Cometians with the netter symbol on, so he was snake styled and kind of trapped, you know. But that's what the ego will do. You should always be open to learn new things, even if it goes against what you believe. If somebody shows me something about Osiris and it's inside of the Metanetter script, and I see it and I research it, and it adds on something new to my knowledge that may have contradicted something that I thought prior to, I don't start to refute it and battle it. I take it in, absorb it, and say, let me add this onto the greater story. And that's what you should do when you lower your ego. Okay, everybody, we're going to, so everybody can go check that out, Jabari versus Tehuti on Sonnetter. So here we're going to get into the Cash App question by Netzer the Great. Thank you for your support. And the question was on the Ptolemies. That was the question. It was on the Ptolemies. And who are they? And did they still are they still ruling today? Okay. So first I want to introduce people for those who don't know, and I put the book up there for you to check out. So the Ptolemies. Let me go ahead and put some things on the screen. Okay, so let me go ahead and do a screen share. And the Ptolemies were the children of Alexander the Great. So that's the first step. So the first Ptolemy was Ptolemy Soter, first begotten son of Alexander. Soter means savior. You can see where this is going. The first begotten son, which is the savior of the great Amun, who was Alexander the Great, because he was the son of Amun himself, according to what he believed the oracle taught him as Alexander. Alexander are the son, right? Alexander, Anderson, Neo, right? Who was taught by the oracle of Ribu or Libya, who taught him that he was the son of the great Amun, and he would be the savior himself, and he would give birth to the savior. You can see where the Matrix movie derived from, or at least aspects of it, from the story of Alexander. So his children became on to be the Ptolemy, starting with Ptolemy Soter, Ptolemy I, and then Ptolemy II. Now these Ptolemies were the rulers of Kemet, and they were the worshippers of Kemetic deities. Let me go ahead and introduce, and this took place around 332 BC, and then the Ptolemies' influence really had a heavy impact around 287 BC, 200 BC. This was the time of the creation of the first Jesus, who was Serapis, and the Septuagint, which became the modern day Bible that we have today. So let's go ahead and get into it. I'm going to show this. If you look at this image right here, without investigation, you would say, look at this great black man. Look at this ancient Egyptian. He's worshiping Ptah. He has Aset above him, Anpu above him. He even has brown skin. This is actually Alexander. Alexander the Third. We see the Trinity, right? Alexander the Third, who they called Alexander the great begotten son of Amun, the hidden one. Amun. One of the reasons why Amun's name is riddled all throughout the Bible and the Septuagint is because of Alexander, who considered himself the son of Amun. So when you look at this image, this is actually Alexander, always a devout man who began each day with sacrifices to the gods. Alexander had no difficulty worshiping Egyptian deities, equating their gods to his own. He worshipped the Egyptian Amun as a form of Zeus. At the Memphite necropolis of Saqqara, the new pharaoh offered sacrifices to Apu, Apis, the bull, the cult animal of the creator god Ptah, followed by the Greek style of games and literary contests in which performers from all over the Greek world took part in a multicultural extravaganza. This is Alexander the Great, who I call the first. I hate this term, but this is the term that people use today, which is if you see a let's do this live. Let's actually do this live. Let's see if this actually pop up. We're gonna go to a random and we're gonna put in this word right here and see what comes up. Okay, so what did I do? Let's see if any images come up. Boom. So I typed in the word wigger. And what is a wigger? A wigger, according to today's definition, is a guy who looks like this, right? It's a Caucasian man who is trying to be a black man, but in actuality, everything that he represents is of the Caucasian culture. So he has on his baseball shirt or his sports shirt, which was invented by Europeans. He has on his Nike hat, which Nike is a Greek god. But unfortunately, with the confusion of what true culture is, when we see European men with their own clothes on, they can have their own Adidas. Adidas is white. Versace is white. Gucci, Louis Vuitton. So if you see a white guy with a Louis Vuitton, a baggy shirt, a throwback, a baseball hat turned to the side, he has on some Nikes, some Adidas, and some gold from Italy. He has on his Italian gold from Italy. He has all that on. He has on his Cartier glasses. You know, he has on the French glasses. Everything that's Caucasian. Unfortunately, according to this matrix, we would say, yo, he's trying to be black. Instead of seeing the black man who's dressed in these clothes and saying, that man is trying to be white. The Caucasian man has every right to wear Levi's jeans. They can be saggy Levi's, that's a Jewish. He can wear the Levi's jeans. He can wear Adidas. He can wear the Greek god. Greek is his people. He can wear the Greek god Nike. He can wear Louis Vuitton. He can wear Cartier glasses. He can wear French glasses. He can wear Gucci. Gucci is white. All these things are Caucasian. Basketball created by Jews in the ghetto, as they say. All of this is Caucasian culture. So when we see a Caucasian man dressed like this, we shouldn't say he's trying to be black. He's not trying to be black. It's the black people that are trying to be white, wearing the clothes of the Europeans, because they don't know what original black culture is. Nobody in Kemet dressed like this. Nobody in ancient cultures before invasions dressed like this. So when I see a European man dressed like this, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. He has every right to wear these clothings. The first white man, Caucasian man, that fully came out as dressed like a black man was this man right here. This is Alexander the Third, who they don't talk about. They don't talk about this man as what they call a wigger, or a white man trying to be black, when he's the first, he's the father. Why? Because if they push the fact that Alexander and the Ptolemies dressed as Egyptians were trying to be black, it would push the fact that the Egyptians were black. So they never say that. Alexander was a killer. He went across to India, Persia, all these different areas, and wiped out people. When he came to Kemet with and had his children, they came worshiping the African, or the Nile Valley man. This created the Ptolemy. Let me get rid of this. This is the sun. Here is the relief of Ptolemy I making an offering to Het Heru. Right? If you were to look at this image, you would just say, oh, this is a regular Egyptian man. This is actually a European man coming into the Nile Valley dressed up as a black man. Ptolemy I, Ptolemy the savior, son of the god, as they called him, the first European Greek pharaoh, Alexander. And then these men went on to rule Kemet as European men who were worshiping blacks until they got sick of it. When they got sick of it, let me get rid of this screen here, see if I can get rid of this. Sorry, everybody, hold on. Okay, oh, let me get this guy out of here. Sorry about that. Okay, so here's how they came. At first, here's Ptolemy 1. See? That's Ptolemy 1 in his Greek form. Okay, that's when they were in Greece. And that's when they would dress up as their culture. But when they came to Kemet, the same man right here that you see as a common, regular Greek-looking man, when they come to Kemet, all of a sudden Ptolemy 1 becomes this. You see the change? So the Ptolemies came in and then started interacting with the Kemetians and started worshiping the Kemetians, and which is why you see Alexander in front of Min and the other Netiru. Okay. Let me go ahead and stop this, and I'm going to show you that the Ptolemies. One second here, everybody. So the Ptolemies, what they did is they are the inventors of the Septuagint, which is the first Bible. Okay, so they created the Septuagint, which is the first Bible, which is what my debate is on with JJ 7000. And they made that up, meaning that we can't trace the Septuagint, the Bible, in the form that it's in prior to the Ptolemies. So I show these in my debates, and I'll show it again right here for everybody who didn't get to see that debate. The Ptolemies were the ones responsible. Let me get it back to the screen. The Ptolemies were the ones responsible for creating this. And this was my debate with JJ 7000. The Ptolemies were the most influential men on the globe. They created this. This is the papyrus. This is the Septuagint, which I showed in the debate. And this originates with the Ptolemies. And the story is how 72 Jewish scholars were asked by the Greek king Ptolemy II, Philadelphus, in the 3rd century BC to translate the Torah. That's the story which nobody can find factual reference to other than the letter of Aristes. All we know is we have a Greek set of books that became the first known Bible, Old Testament only though. Old Testament only. So the Ptolemies are the creators of that, and the Ptolemies are the creators of this guy. This guy right here, which everybody thinks is Jesus, but in actuality this is Serapis. This is Serapis right here, which became the Jesus image, and this became the first European savior on the planet, coming out of a African or a Nile Valley story, mutated into this creature. They also are the ones responsible for the Dendura and the astrology, which I broke down in my last class. And I will show you this video right here, which I showed in the debate. Maybe a little low.
Cyrus had a counterpart god known as Ptolemy. And when these two gods were combined, they created an all-powerful god. That would be worshipped all the way from Egypt to Rome. In 117 AD, Emperor Hadrian was ruling Rome. At his villa in Tivoli, Hadrian had an Egyptian serapeum created. This space was dedicated to Osiris, Apis, and Ptah. These Egyptian statues made with a Roman flair, such as the staff of Ptah with a rooster. Serapis was the combination of Ptah Osiris and the Apis bull. When Hadrian's lover Antinous died, he was named Osiris Antinous, connecting him with Serapis. The worship of Serapis and the Apis bull have long-standing roots in ancient Egypt. The Serapeum of Hadrian and Antinous is a beautiful combination of Roman and Egyptian art and religion.
So that is the Serapeum, and we have their Hadrians, and we see that the Ptolemies, see if I'm still screen sharing. Now this, if everybody can see the screen, press 1. This is very important, and I will end off this with this, because this is what the Ptolemies actually were, according to their own words. In order to become a Ptolemy, okay, you had to make this declaration. Now this is very important because, let me put the mic up. This is very important because many people speak about this, what's called the Rosetta Stone, and I'll blow it up here. But when they speak about the Rosetta Stone, they mainly speak about the fact that it was used to translate the Medu Neter, right? But what was actually the Rosetta Stone? The Rosetta Stone was a Ptolemaic stone that dates back to about 196 BC. This is now can be found in the British Museum, and it's actually the declaration of the belief system you have to have in order to continue the Ptolemaic legacy. So this is the Ptolemies completely submitting to African Nile Valley tradition and ways, taking on their gods. And then in order to be a Ptolemy, you had to make this declaration, this decree, and it was written in Greek and Medu Neter. So that both the people in the area, the indigenous Cometians, and the Greek people that were coming in and out of the area could read this at the same time to see what the decree was. What was the loyalty of the Ptolemies, and were they at all interested in any form of Hebrew traditions? Absolutely 100% not. That whole story of them translating the Bible and all that, that is completely bogus. The Ptolemies had no interest in Hebrew tradition other than to create a story. But they themselves were not looking to become Hebrews. They weren't interested in Moses or any of the so-called people of the Hebrew past. So here we have year 9, day 4 of Exandikos, which is equivalent to the Egyptian month, 2nd month of Peret, 18th day of the king, the youth, who has appeared as king in place of his father, Lord of the Urea. I actually, let me go back to the screen real quick and see something here. Let me go back to here. Okay, can everybody hear me? Press 1 again. I'm doing one more mic check, and I'm going to get this off the screen as well so we can see everything here. Hold on. I'm going to get this off the screen. Press 1 if you can hear me. A mic check. Press 1 if you can hear me, and then I'm going to continue on. Press 1. Okay, we see Jody in here. AI Vaquez, peace to you, brother. Robert Reyes, peace to you. Another dedicated one. AI is always here as well. Peace to you. Okay, good. I see everybody. Thank you, Ahati. Thank you, Kamit. Of course, Kamit the God. Thank you, everybody. And here we will, Dozozer. Oh, shout out to you, Dozier. Shout out to you, Dozier. Maybe that's Zozier. Going back to the step pyramid. I'll see if that's, well, anyways. Shout out to you. Greetings. Okay, so now you can all hear me. We will go back to this. So this is the Ptolemaic decree. We see the Uraeans, and we see he who has established Egypt, causing it to prosper, whose heart is beneficial before the gods, who is over the enemy, who has caused life of the people, Lord of the years of the Jubilee, like Ptah Tenin. Now there's another deity there, Ptah Tenin, king of Pi-Re. Pi-Re is actually two words. It's Paut or Pu, which is he who is, and then Re. King of the upper districts, lower districts, son of the father-loving gods. Here is the religion of the Ptolemies. They had no interest whatsoever in Abraham and Isaac and translating Bibles. They were not interested at all in such. They were interested in creating lies, but as far as what they believed in, here is their belief according to archaeology and firsthand reference written by their people, for them. Ptah, so they're the chosen of Ptah. They're not the chosen of Israel. They're not God's chosen. They're whom Ptah has chosen. Living image of Amun. Do you see that? That is why your Amun is all over the Bible. Guess how many verses has Amun in it? So the story of the Septuagint was at 72. They were put in 72 rooms. There were 72 Jews. It's all based on this number 72. Keep that in mind, because the god of the Ptolemies was Amun. They're the living image of Amun, not the living image of a god, but the living image of Amun, son of Pere. Ptolemy, living forever, manifest god of Ptah, not the manifest of Yahweh, manifest of the god Ptah. Was Jesus their savior? Were they looking for a Jesus? No, it says priests of Alexander and the savior gods, plural, savior gods, not Jesus, not waiting for any Messiah. They were worshipers of Kemetic deities, right? They believed in the divine, where is it? The scribes, see that in red? The scribes of the divine book and the scribes of the house of life. The Per Ankh, that's in Kemet. Not the divine book of the Bible. They had no interest. They're the beloved of Ptah. You see all that? He being God, son of God, and a goddess, being like Horus, Isis, and Osiris. There is your Greek trinity. Horus, Isis, and Osiris. You see that? What is the Ptolemy's job? In order to protect the peace in Egypt, to establish the temples, having rewarded all the forces that are subject to rulership. Here is Ptolemy's wife, Arsinoe. You see her? Arsinoe, wearing the symbol of Renunet, the symbol of resurrection, the two cobras right there. Everlasting life. This is in the Met Museum, right? Here is Isis and her son Horus, also found in the Met Museum. Guess what date this goes back to? 332 to 30 BC, the exact time of Alexander the Great's influence, all the way to the Roman era. You can find these temples, this son of God and his great mother, Isis. Here is Ptah, Osiris, Sakher in the British Museum. See right there? In the outer coffin of Sheshep-pen Mayet. Okay, so just to answer the question, let me get back to the screen here. I don't know if that... Oh, you can't see. Oh, that wasn't screen share. Let me go back. What a strange thing. Let me go back and see the screen share went off, so I'm going to just go ahead and show that again. I don't know why that... That's very strange. Very, very strange. Hold on, everybody. Very, very strange. Here we go. Everybody can see this, I hope. There it is right there. This is what I was reading before. I'm not going to read it all again, but I'll just show it on the screen. And just look at the writings in red. I'll just show that for a few moments. Those are the main key things I focused on. They're the priests of Alexander, the savior gods. This is from the Rosetta Stone in the British Museum. Okay, you can just focus on what's in the red. There's Osiris. There's your Trinity right there. Right, so remember, this is 196 BC. This is before there is a Mary, Yusuf, and a Jesus. Here are the Ptolemies worshiping the original Trinity concept. Okay, here is here's the Trinity concept right here, and look at the date, the exact same date that Alexander the Great came into Egypt. Right, 332 to 30 BC. Right, and here is Ptolemy's wife right here. 278 to 270, we can see she has no interest in becoming a Hebrew. She's wearing the Araret and the Renunet symbol. And here is our British Museum number EA22814 with the Trinity concept of Ptah, Sakar, Osiris. Okay, this is found in the outer coffin of Sheshep-pen Mayet. Okay, so I hope everybody could see that. Press 1 if you saw that. Because I don't know, I'm not sure why the screen share disappeared, but there's your information on the Ptolemies. They were the rulers of Kemet that came in and imitated the Nile Valley culture. And to continue, can everybody see that? Press 1 if you saw that. Okay, good. And so now getting into the other part of the question, which was, let me see. The Ptolemies rule today. One moment. Hold on, let me get this off the screen. Boom. Get this off here. I'm going to find something very funny because the Ptolemies there is somebody claiming they're the Ptolemies today. 1 second, hold on. Let me take it off of mute. Okay, everybody can hear me? Okay, so there is somebody today. Yes, I had it on mute. There is somebody today who claims to be the modern day pharaoh. And one moment. And she claims to be the 96th descendant of the Ptolemies. So the Europeans have not stopped. They're still going on. They're still pushing the Ptolemy narrative. They have not given up, even though the Ptolemies have long been wiped out, long gone. Let me see if I can find. Okay, yeah, send it again. And here we go. Let me get off of this into all. Let me go. Is it right on the Facebook? Is this her? Let me find this comedy here. No, that's not her.
The one I sent?
No, I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet. Hold on a second. Let me go to here. Let me go to this. Okay. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and put on screen share and show you guys the modern day Ptolemy today. Here we go. Oh, I got her. I have her now. I got the full. I'll to show you this comedy. Now I think I found her. I'm gonna check the email in a moment, but in the meantime, let me. Yes. Comedy time. Oh my gosh, this is so psychotic. She's loyal though, she's dedicated. Okay, here we go. So, I'm going to go ahead and read this, and actually I'm going to put this right on the screen for everybody. This is the modern day Ptolemy. The claim of the modern day Ptolemy today. Tamare. Can you guys hear me? Press 1. Can everybody hear me? Press 1. Amun Casas can't hear. Can you hear me? Press 1. Press 1 if you can hear me. Let me refresh the comments here. Press 1 if you can hear me. Okay, Heka. Okay, good. Dozier. Everybody. Sanitio Moon. Master K. Okay. That's pretty much everybody confirming they can hear me. Robert Williams. Dominique. Okay. Everybody can hear me. All right. So here, let me go ahead and do a screen share for the Ptolemaic comedy, because the Ptolemies They still say they're ruling today. They still say they're the Egyptians today, the ruler. Here is Tamaray Sayuda, right, is the head of the House of the Neter. Click on the House of the Neter. The House of the Neter is a Kemetic Orthodox temple and cult located in the metropolitan area of Chicago, Illinois. It is the largest, wealthiest ancient Egyptian neo-pagan religious group, the Kemetic Orthodox religion. Look at that. This is our modern day pharaoh, ladies and gentlemen. We have one. We got the Ptolemies. They're still here. Here she is. She's the leader of the largest Orthodox Kemetic community. She doesn't even say Egyptian. The Kemetic community. Right? Here we go. Head of the Kemetic community, quasi-revis of the ancient Egyptian religion, as well as being the Mambo, Asagwe, and Haitian voodoo religion. She also runs, so she's the head of the voodoo, the Kemet. She also runs the storehouse of selling voodoo, Egyptian literature supplies, right? She studied, undergraduated in Magdalene College, Chicago. It was here in 1988 that she first developed interest in Egyptian religion. After dabbling in Wicca, from this point she arranged religious meetings with a few friends and was the priest of the AOL Spirituality Forums in the official capacity. The exact date of her founding the House of Bast, later to be the House of the Neter, is unclear, but it seems to have developed quickly. By 1992, she had attracted Queg Schwaffer to the cause, who would become the right-hand man, seemingly the organizational power behind the throne. In 1993, she had won the official recognition from the state of Illinois for her religious institution using her family home in the rural Illinois. So anyways, so here she is, everybody. Here is the woman who is claiming to be the Kemetic pharaoh of the day, the ruler, the Ptolemaic lineage. Here she is. Let's take a look at this African sister. Boom! There we go. Tamaray El Sayuda is an American Egyptologist, author of non-fictional historical religious books. She also is the founder of the current spiritual leader of the Kemetic Orthodox House of Neter Temple since 2000. She's initiated priestess and Haitian voodoo. There she is. Okay. So if you guys ever can't make it to the Tehuti Podclass, send your questions to Tamaray Sayuda. She will take care of you. She will answer your questions as the foundational leader of the biggest Kemetic Orthodox community and representative of today's Ptolemaic rule. She says she's the 96th Ptolemy. There she is. So that answers your question, Neter the Great. There is our female pharaoh, Tamaray Sayuda. We finally have one. So there you go. There's your Ptolemies. The real Ptolemies back in the day, 196 BC, 287 BC, and then you have that's your Ptolemy today. Other than that, there's no trace of anybody saying that they're from the lineage of the Ptolemies, other than this woman right here, which is pure comedy. Okay, but there she is. So they're still continuing, still going on. She's also pro-black. She's also, go look her up. Go check it out. She's definitely for the ancient Kemetians being black and everything. And that's your Ptolemies. But the real Ptolemies actually changed the world because they're responsible for the three things that is ruling the world right now. They're responsible for the Bible. They're responsible for astrology. The Dendera that I broke on last week, that's from them. They're responsible for astrology in the way that it is now. That goes back to Claudius Ptolemy and the invention of the scorpion. Scorpio, and that's why all the astrology has Greek names, and we can't find any Kemetic scribe talking about astrology and the Cancer, and if you're born this month, you're in the cusp of this month, and marry this person, and you will be. None of that existed in our ancient history, although many people would like it to be. They invented that, and of course, through the invention of through the creation of the Bible. Of course, that comes all the other religions. Of course, that comes the Hebrews, the Israelites, the Jews, and anything you can think of that if you took away the Bible, you wouldn't have those things. So the Ptolemies are actually the most powerful men that ever walked this planet as far as influencing and destruction and the altering of reality. They are the fathers of the Matrix, and the Matrix movie is actually based on their son. The Matrix movie is actually based on Alexander, our Mr. Anders' son, the son of Amun. That was Alexander the third, whose son was the savior. So there's your Ptolemy. Thank you for that question. We're going to move on to the next. Robert Reyes gives explosions. Boom, 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 boom. And let's go on to the rest. I want to definitely cover everybody's support today. There's a lot of support. Oh, there's some. This is good. Let's get to the next one. This one is okay. Thank you, Anthony Jackson. Thank you, my brother. We're gonna shout out Anthony Jackson, sending in some support here. I'm gonna put you in the files. So yes, you all can send in support if you think that what I'm teaching is worth it. And if you have a question, you can send in support with a question also. Or you just say, like this brother said, thank you. Thanks for the frequency upgrade. I like that. Thanks for the frequency upgrade. Yes, let's go ahead and put that and shout that out in the room. Thank you for that. That's a very unique thank you. So I thank you for the unique thank you. Okay, so frequency upgrade. Let's get to Anthony and show him in the room with the 1234. The 1234. Shout out to that support. He says, for support, thanks for the frequency upgrade. You're welcome, brother Anthony. Thank you for that. Let's go through the super chats. I know there's going to be a big one that's going to pop up and shock me because I know Black Yillard and Kamit are somewhere in this, somewhere in here. They're all, well, the next one is Kamit. The next one is Kamit. Let me see. Kamit has the best. Kamit is, man. Kamit, you send me 4 questions and I'll write. Send me 5 questions. I'll write a book for you. Kamit has like the best. He sends the biggest donations with the best questions, man. His questions are great. I'm going to go ahead and put that up in the room. He always sends these odd numbers. An interesting amount of numbers, and they're always huge. And thank you, my brother. You are awesome. This is probably the biggest supporter. Let me go ahead and the most consistent supporter with these awesome questions that I want to stress again, everybody. I have no idea. I don't know Kamit. I don't know. We don't prearrange any answers or questions. These are just random questions that everybody is sending in. Okay, and he just has the faith that I have the ability to answer it, and if not, when he sends it, then he knows I'm going to answer it the next week. So I thank you for that faith in this. I also want to set up a new idea, everybody. I'm going to set up a new debate idea. Not even a debate, a fun thing that people can do, that we can do. We have different teachers in the room. And instead of a debate where we have 10-minute rounds or 5-minute rounds or 15-minute rounds and debate where we're going against each other, I would like to have maybe 3 teachers in a room, and you guys send in your questions like this, and each of us have 5 minutes to break down our answer, and you guys vote and see whose answer you appreciated the best. That's how you get to see different perspectives. Instead of us maybe going against each other, it's just a fun battle of who has the clearest answer, and therefore people even get multiple views on the same topic. But it will be very hard for people to do this because this is not pre-planned. I don't have any of this organized or anything, but it keep people sharp. So if anybody wants to come on, of the bigger teachers like the Jabaris and all that, want to come on and say, hey, come on, and for an hour, I'll give you an hour of the Podclass. They'll send in questions like the mirror and all these questions about reptilians and Anunnaki and Neter, or whatever the questions, all these questions that are asked, and boom, you get 5 minutes, and maybe who's another guy? Whatever Kemetic guy gets 5 minutes, and then I get 5 minutes, and we boom, blast everybody with a 15-minute answer, and everybody sees a different perspective. It's a little fun thing that we can do. I'm actually gonna set that up. So, anyways, let's shout out to Kamit. I think you're 4. Put you as 4. Shout out to Kamit. Yeah, keep everybody sharp. Keep everybody sharp so we can. And then when somebody starts making up stuff, we can catch them. Catch them clear. When they do good, we can praise them. When they start making up stuff, like, hey, brother. Or what did Rasul say? What's your primary source, brother? Okay, so here we go to Kamit. Kamit, let me get this. Okay, let's not block anything. Kamit sends in the biggest of the day, I believe. 3722. Shout out to you, Kamit. You are an awesome supporter, and you always have these interesting questions that you're sending in. Thank you, my brother. Your questions keeps my brain sharp. So one moment, everybody. I want to make sure that everything's clear here. Boom. Shout out to you, Kamit. You're a great supporter, man. Yes, great stuff. Let me do something here. Okay, let me get back to the room. Let me get this off the screen. Thank you, Kamit. Appreciate that, my brother. You're awesome. Thank you. Let me go through the room real quick, and I'm going to get to Kamit's question. Just want to give a shout out to the people in the room. I see my brother DHNJ. Shout out to you. Shout out anybody else new in the room that came in. Shaka Akapos. Yeah, that's another one, right? Yeah. Yep. Shaka, get him the answer. Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to see it. That would be a nice little fun. It was a nice little fun, and it'd be entertaining and informational at the same time. Emanifesto. Shout out to you. Yes. Much respect, Emanifesto. Shout out to you, my brother. You are always also consistent. Let me see something here. Double Sentinelli. Sentinelli. One moment, everyone. No, that was libations. One moment, everyone. My brain is downloading, and okay. And also, let me get some stuff on the screen here. Everybody, let me get some stuff off the screen. My screen is cluttered, and was it in safe mode? 1 second, everybody. Hold on, please. Okay. Okay, let me get back to the screen. Okay, I'm back. I had to zone out for a moment. I am back. Okay, let me get that off the screen. Kamit is on deck, and Kamit was asking about altars. Kamit, I'm not sure if I ever even broke down altars to you. I'm gonna actually break down the altar concept. What's actually going on in the altar concept, and then so people can even see why they're doing it. I'm looking at a big altar over there that needs to be refurbished. I need to do some things with it, but there's an altar there. Okay, so Conscious Conqueror is here. Peace. So let's get to it. Let me explain what the altar what it is. Why do we even have altars in the first place? Why? Once you understand that, you'll have a great idea on why and how to set up an altar. Everybody, please continue the good energy, the respect in the room. I love it. It is awesome. And please show your support. Show your support to the Cash App. Show your support to the PayPal. Show your support. This is what I do for a living now, especially in this COVID, in this chaos here where it's kind of limited. It's very much limited what I do, what I normally do for a living. Two things that I normally do for a living are completely social, out in crowds. I'm a performer outside. I'm in the midst of 70 to 80 people performing. That has been banned here. There's no more groups and crowds like that. Also fitness training in the gym. Of course, the gyms, that's not even safe. Those are the two things that I mainly did outside of this for a living. So I appreciate everybody that is supporting, because now I just dedicated my full time to this, really. This and selling of the books and teaching, because I can't go out in the crowds anymore. They've banned it. If they catch you doing it, they actually shut you down. Plus, you have to wear masks, and I can't street perform with a mask on. I'll get noxic acid and noxide, and just, it was not healthy breathing and sitting in a mask. Actually, the mask collects the viruses. If you wear it over a 2-hour period, it starts to just collect whatever virus right there, and you end up breathing it in. It's just a horrible situation, but I thank all of you for your support for what I do. This is what I do. Okay, so let's get into it. Let's break it down and let's get into it. We're going to start off with what's called the Shabaka stone. Let me see if you guys can see the screen. We're going to start off with the Shabaka stone. This is the Shabaka stone around 700 BC. And this Shabaka stone actually has the writings of dedicated to Ptah. So this is the Shabaka stone. And the reason why it looks like this is because it was damaged. The people that found it didn't know that it was an ancient sacred writing, and they started using it as a grindstone and damaged it. And that's why there's a hole in the middle. But this was an ancient sacred Kemetic stone of writing dedicated to Ptah that the Ptolemies worship, but this is way before the Ptolemies. Okay, so it says, he gave birth to the gods, he made the towns, he established the nomes. The he is Ptah. He placed the gods in their shrines, he settled their offerings. So we have shrines, we have offerings, he established their shrines, he made their bodies according to their wishes, right? Thus the gods entered into their bodies of every wood, every stone, every clay, everything that grows upon him. So now what we have is a reference. Let me get this off. A reference to the Kemetians making things, the Nile Valley culture, and actually all throughout the motherland, as they call it, of statue deities of wood, stone. But it says, the gods entered their bodies of every wood and every stone and every clay. So the ancient understanding was that the spirits of the neter, the spirits of your ancestors, were able to be around images that looked like them. And this is one of the reasons why offerings were given. There's actually a science to this, and all our cultures did this. The only time this was ever questioned was after invasion. Now everybody wants to become an atheist and sacrifice what we were always doing before invasion. Okay, then it says right here, and they came to be, thus were gathered to him all the neters and their cause. Now we have the pyramid text. This is the pyramid text 600. Atum Re, you were high on the heights. You rose up as the Bin stone mansion on the Ibn bird. Ibn is where you get the word Ben from, which means to erect. And this is where you get the words like Yahweh Ben Yahweh, Ben Ami Carter, Osama Ben Laden, how Ben became associated with the son of. So you spat out Shu, you spit out Tefnut, you set your arms around them as the arms of the Ka symbol, that your essence may be in them. So the Kemetians acknowledge that there was something called a Ka, which was a double, and that was the energy. I taught many times that we have what's called a bioenergetic template, and the bioenergetic template is in actuality the Ka essence that is generating our body's life and actually able to echo out as a Ba or a bioenergetic double that's able to travel outside of your body. Now we get into the Purim Haru, page 11. Thou art the Ka within my body, which forms and strengthens my limbs. Sorry, page 90 of the Purim Haru. I show this image many times, and this is the image of the Curlian double light body, light energy that surrounds your body and also surrounds other objects, such as leaves and many different things. There is a light that surrounds. Let me go ahead and pull this up. Let me go ahead and pull this up here for you all here. And this is actually from a class that I am teaching. My circle here, and I'll show you guys some things. So this here is the bioenergetic aspect of the human etheric body, is the underlying supporting bioenergetic mechanism, an active living template for bodily intelligence and all biological life process. It works in line with biological functions of the physical body and exists as an exact bioenergetic counterpart that is firmly enmeshed within the living physical body. And this is the Purim Haru, Book of the Dead, which speaks on it. And it says, thou art my double. There's the Ka. Ka is a double because it's a bioenergetic double. It actually looks just like the physical body, and you have two hands representing doubles. You are the Ka within my body, which forms and makes strong my limbs. So to the Kemetians, they acknowledge that it is the Ka energy that actually forms the physical body. This belief system and understanding was taken from us once atheism and other things that were introduced to us came into play. We started losing our spirituality, which is why you don't find much people that are into, say, Kemet today actually teaching about what did the Kemetians teach about out-of-body experience, life after death, things like that. Mainly the people speak about the Egyptians being black and look at the nose, look at the lips, and be proud. But what about the actual teachings of the Ka, the Ba, what was actually taught by the Kemetians? Because that's what they taught. The Kemetians already knew they were black. Once you get past that, now what did they actually teach? Now here it is on page 89. I have gained power over my two arms. I've gained power over my feet. I've gained power to do what pleases my Ka. I shall not be imprisoned my body at the gates of Amenta. Okay, so here is the bioenergetic body, which people became associated with, associating it with what are called the chakra systems that actually echo out of the body. Here's the image of Ka statue, Pharaoh Erebri Hor, on display at the Egyptian Museum in Cairo. So that is the bioenergetic body. And the pure energetic aspect has at least 7 primary energetic centers, often called chakras, physical centers. And shout out to Robert Bruce. Actually, a lot of this modern day understanding comes from Robert Bruce today. I give the modern day, and then I give where it comes from in Kemet. So hundreds of secondary energy centers and thousands of tiny energy exchange pores throughout runs a complex energy network, internal and external energy pathways. Okay, so in Kemet, we acknowledge this as the Peset, the spiritual spine, which is the word Peset, which means spine, and it also means to shine, and also is the backbone of Osiris. And that's why every time you see an image of a chakras, it's always up the spine. You never see chakras going through the shoulder. You never see chakras going up the arm or down the knees. It's always right on the spine that comes from the backbone, the Jed symbol of the Peset, Peschet, which was the spiritual spine that actually echoed itself and spread out. And that's why you see the word Peset, which is also a word that means to shine, illuminate, and your backbone, and also means to spread out, which eventually became the heaven symbol called Pet, and we'll get into that afterward. But it's Peset, which is rays of light, and also the spiritual spinal column. The reason why I bring this up is because that energy body that's created, it leaves what's called a phantom effect. The phantom effect, which is at the University of California, they cut apart a leaf off and saw that they labeled it as a phantom effect. That means that they did the Kirlian photography, which is 100,000, 200,000 oscillations per second, which shows the light energy that surrounds an entity or a non-entity. It's a light energy that surrounds things that you're able to see on the other side. It is the double body that you're able to see through astral sight, and you can also see the light around somebody's body. This is what people call the aura. They say the colors that are around you. But what they found at the University of California was that they cut off a part of the leaf, and the Ka energy light was still there. It was still there after they cut it off. They call this the phantom effect, which was physical scientific proof that whatever your physical body is made up of, there is a spiritual energy source that looks just like it. And even if you remove the physical part, the actual spiritual part that looks like it stays there for a while, which means it is not the physical body and the physical world that's giving off this image. It's actually the spiritual world, and it's called the phantom effect that they call in the University of California, which leads to why altars are created. Let's get back to the altars. So here is the leaf right here, and if you cut the leaf off, a part of the leaf, you'll still see the image there of what the leaf looks like. Here's the beautiful mushroom that you can see, and if you cut a piece of that off, you'll still see it. And this is a depiction of the bioenergetic body that echoes outside and makes a double, which makes a double of itself, that goes to more refined areas and leaves the physical body behind. As I explained before, this was called the Setut, or where you get the word King Tut from, Setut, which is a copied image, but it's actually the word that's used for walking, how the spirit walks in the Book of the Dead. It's called Setut because it's not actually walking, it's actually echoing itself out. And the Kemetians knew this, and that's why you have the word Setut, which means to make a copy or an image, but it's actually also the word for spiritually walking in the Book of the Dead. Okay, so we have here in utterance 50, and you can look this up. Go to Pyramid Text Online, and you'll find all the pyramid texts and the walls and the translation that they're on. I just put the translation here. This utterance 50, O Ra, you are adorned in heaven. You are adorned of Unas, for Unas, Lord of all things. For your body are all things. For the Ka of Unas are all things. For his body are all things. Glorious altar. So here we find the reference to the altar, but we find it reference in something that's very interesting, which is saying that the Ka and the energy of Unas, right, the pharaoh in the pyramid text, are all things. What does this mean? That there is an energetic grid and a connection between all things, and the Ka is in tune with that, and your same energy flows through other life forms, flows anywhere that it wishes, because it's a connective energy throughout the entire world, and you're connected to it. Once you realize this, you can tap into it, and you can actually hear and feel things that happen that are far away from you. Your spiritual body can teleport to different places. You can do what's his name? Forgot his name, but anyways, a remote viewing. You can do the remote viewing. I'm getting his name mixed up with Uri Geller, the magician, but remote viewing, which is one point of consciousness, which is to see something that's nowhere near you, because your consciousness transfers to another part of the earth grid, and you can see through that, because your Ka, that energy force double, are all things. All of us and everything is connected and one. The same oxygen that you breathe out, the trees need that oxygen in order to breathe. The carbon that you breathe out, the trees need it, and the oxygen they breathe out, you need it. So that energy force that's flowing in the tree beside you is as much a part of you as your heart. And if you remove the trees, you die faster than if you were to remove your hand. So the trees are actually more a part of you than your own hand, because you can cut off somebody's leg, but if you remove all oxygen that the trees are producing that's coming from their energy force, you can no longer survive. So once the natives understood that, and the original people understood that, they didn't see themselves as opposite from nature. They saw themselves as one with nature, and that was our religion, our way of life. Now, in literature of ancient Egypt by Faulkner, on page 91, it says the soul goes to where it knows. The soul goes to where it knows. Okay, so the reason why the soul goes to where it knows is because on that side, your energy body doesn't see the physical world as you see it. Just as on your side, you don't see the spiritual world as the spiritual beings see it. You see it as a foggy type of hazy, if you even see it at all. You see it as a foggy hazy. They see the light energy. So they don't see the electron world that's touchable. They see the light energy that's produced that is more etheric and light based. So the way that the soul navigates on the other side, when it wants to find something, it goes to what's familiar to what it can see on that side that looks like what it saw on the physical world, which is why when you set up your altar, you set up things depending on what you want to set it up for. If it's set up for the ancestors or your grandmother or something, you set it up with things that her are familiar with. You set it up with their clothing, food that they liked, a comb that they use, which may still have the DNA on it, which is giving off the Kirlian light that will attract them from the other side, because the Ba goes to where it knows. It goes to what's familiar to it. So when setting up an altar, that's what you understand. Now we look up the word for altar, and we find the word for altar, which is on page 117 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. And we see that altar is Abba. Abba, altar, that's one of the words for altar, is the Abba, slab of stone, where offerings are placed. Why are they placing offerings? Because the food, the apple, the orange, the fruit that your ancestors liked gives off the Kirlian light. That's the energy that they can feed off from that side. So people keep asking, hey, when you set up a food offering table, do we think the ancestors are going to come back and bite the apple? No, they feed off the light energy source, the nutrients that you can't see that the light energy is giving up. That's what attracts from the other side. Okay, so they don't feed off of, but you won't see them pick up the apple and bite it, but they'll be attracted to the echoed light energy that it's giving off. Okay, so there's your word for altar, table offerings, and then we see that if you look at altar, we'll see the purpose of it, because altar from ab means to face someone or something, to meet or join or to unite. You see, what happens is when we have the English language, the words in the English language don't explain the history behind why things are done when we use them. So if we say altar, we don't know anything about the word altar other than it's altar. It doesn't have a story, as opposed to when the Cometians would say altar, they would say abu, and it's an altar, but it also means to unite. It means that it's designed to draw something together so you can be face to face with something. That's completely different than, say, just the word altar. The ab is to draw, to join, to meet, to unite, because that is the whole purpose of the altar, is to draw the spirit energy and unite with them and come to them face to face. And that's why you see ab is the altar, and it's also the cattle sacrifice. And then you see it means to weave together. You see that right there? Ab is to weave together. There is the symbol there that I'm going to put my mouse over. That is the string theory symbol. Okay, so that is the string theory symbol, which leads to photonic entanglement, which leads to that which weaves things together that you can't see in the physical world. Okay, I don't know if I have an image of it here, but I will show you guys. So this is why when you're using your altar, you also have a cultural and a scientific understanding of why you're doing these things, because when you set up your altar, don't call it an altar, call it an abu or an abab or abut. Call it what the word is, so that you can understand in your mind, oh, the same word means to weave, right? And what's this symbol right here, the weaving symbol? This is the symbol for, let me see if I can pull it up for everybody. Pull it up for everybody from a class. I'll put pull this up live from a class I put together years and years ago. See if it's here. This is the Neith symbol, which is the spider that's on my hat. But the Neith symbol is where you get the word knit from. And I'll see if I can pull it up. If not, no problem. I'll do it the next time. Maybe I'll do it the next time just to save time. I have so much information and files and things here, but it's the Neith symbol. I'll look for it again another time. Maybe if I try one more thing. Maybe this will find it. I have so much things for everybody here. Neith, the quantum string. Let's see if I can find it here. If not, I have to go through 1,000 files. I got so much stuff here, but that is the Neith symbol there. I'll have to find it again. Another time. Minaret, no min. It's somewhere. I have it somewhere, guys. Mind. It's always when you're trying to find something, because I have so much classes I taught. So much stuff I taught. Oh, is this it? Okay. I really wanted to find that image for you. I show it all the time, too. I show it on Kill the Priest. But it is the Neith symbol, which is... Oh, my goodness. I got too much. which is the string theory symbol, where they got the string theory from. Maybe this is it. Let's see if this is it, ladies and gentlemen. Trying to work hard to make things clear. Here we go. I found it. Boom. We'll shrink this down. Here it is. Here's Neath here. Neath, and it means to weave right here. And there's the symbol of Neath and Kemet. And there's the Neath. And if you look here, you see the quantum string theory, which means to weave. Here it is. Here is the way you spell Neath with the X and that little swirl that I just showed you. And this is also the quantum string theory, the invisible world. And they call it string because the string comes from Neat, which created the word knit. And that's why when you look up the word knit, it means to combine forces, not sticking a string through something, because it was the quantum force, and that was Neath, the goddess of particles and waves. Okay, let's get back to the weave. See, there it is right there, the weave. That's the Neath symbol. And the Abu, which means to join together, to weave things together. The Ab, to weave things together, and that's where you get the concept of the father and the sperm, and why the Abba and Baba and Abraham and all these words that have Ab come into play. Quantum entanglement. So quantum entanglement is a quantum mechanical phenomenon in which the quantum states of two or more objects have to be described with reference to each other, even though the individual objects must be spatially separated. This leads to correlation between observable physical properties and systems. For example, it is possible to prepare two particles in a single quantum state, such that when one is observed to be the spin up, the other will always be observed to be the spin down, vice versa. This is despite the fact that it is impossible to predict according to the quantum mechanics. The set of measurements will be observed. As a result, measurements performed on one system seem to be instantaneously influencing another system entangled with it. That means that what you do in one area can affect something in another area through quantum entanglement, and time nor space is relevant. That means if the particle, that what they say tickling, if the particle was tickled here and it was connected to another particle, so even on the moon, the second you affected the one here on Earth, the one on the moon would be affected, because everything is intertwined. This leads to the other word for altar. When you set up your altar, it's on page 517, and that is the Hetep. This is the Hetep outside of the Saqqara pyramid, which is one of the reasons why brothers and sisters, when they greet each other, when they meet, when they come together, they say Hetep, because Hetep is a word for a piece, but it also means to draw something down. This is the Hetep symbol right here. We see the size of it. It is huge. So Hetep is not just a word that means peace. Hetep is the name of the altar. So my advice, let me get back to the screen. After breaking all that down, I'm just going to go back and stop screen share. So my advice when setting up any type of Abu, Abba, or Hetep, if setting it up for the purposes of connecting to an ancestor, a dead one, or just making a connection to the other side, or putting yourself in a trance state, you want to put things in the altar that activate those thoughts, and also have something to do with the being that you contacted. It is much easier to do that with someone you were familiar with or know than to contact a god that you don't even know much about. I didn't do much study on. So you want to collect materials that are familiar to the being on the other side. That is my advice to you right now. If you want to set up the altar, is to have that information that I just broke down in your head while you're setting it up. This includes scents, smells that they liked, incense, things that they like to eat, things that were familiar. Set all of that up. And try not to set up a bunch of deities or a bunch of ancestors on one altar. that may be confused. So if you're going to set up and focus on one energy, such as, say, your grandmother or someone else, just set it up with them. The only other thing that should go on the altar is something else that was attached to them. So if somebody else passed, or even if somebody else is alive, let's say the grandmother had a favorite nephew, put something of that on the altar too, something that connects directly, but you don't want to have an altar set up, say, for your grandmother, and on the same altar you have Osiris, and on the same altar you have Shango. It will cause conflict of energy. You want to have everything focused on the particular intent or being or thing that you're focusing the ab on or the hetep on. That is my advice to you for now, and that is the information. And of course, I hope you appreciated it. Let me get on to more. Okay, press 1 if you can hear me. 111. Huh? 11. Press 1 if you can hear me. Check, 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 check. Press 1 if you can hear me. Okay, press 1. Let me refresh this. I don't see the screen moving, so I don't know if I'm connected. Press 1 if you can hear me. Okay, there we go. Ashley is still here. Jody's still here. Demeech is still here. We're going to go into more of the Cash apps and the support. Oh, wow. Everything just increased. Check. Black Hulard. Black's Alucard. Yes, of course. Of course, the dedicated. There's no Podclass without this man dedicating. I don't know what this is saying. I'm gonna go ahead and put this on the screen. I'm not sure if this is a request. I'm sure if Black Alucard is in the room, he can clarify it with the moderators or type it in the room. I'm going to put it on the room. I don't quite understand, but I appreciate the huge donation. Whoops, did I save it right? I'm sorry, hold on. I appreciate the huge donation. March, okay. Black's Alucard. Let me go ahead and get you on the screen. Thank you for the big support, big support. And he says, for check. Oh, that's FB. Now that it's big, I can see it. I guess that stands for Facebook. Roy Fee Abrahams. Okay. Black Alucard. I'm sure you'll send me something to clarify what that means, because you also send me direct messages. So I'll look for that after the Podclass or tomorrow, or in the room. But shout out to you, my brothers, for the support. And I will check out Roy Fee Abrahams. And shout out for the great support, Black Alucard. Black Alucard the Great. Let's keep on going. Let's browse through here. We're already at 10:30 at night. These Cash apps. This is the inside joke. I think this is. I'm gonna I don't know if he wants. He knows who this is. He knows who this is. This is an inside joke now from the Killer Priest Podclass. Because I actually, it's something that he used to always send this question and or thought, or what do I think on this, and then I answered it one day and just left it like that. I just gave the basic answer that it was biblical, and but you know who you are when I send this. Let me put this on the screen. Shout out to for your support. You know who you are. If you want to let everybody else know, that's cool. But I understand. This is funny. Still waiting for you to touch on the Codex Gigas, every Killer pre-show, every second Killer pre-show, this would be a super chat. I don't know what the brother wants to know about it other than I read literally what it was. And I said, other than what it says it is, I have no thoughts on it. And so this is a little inside thing. Shout out to you, my brother, for the Codex Gigas. I'm going to go get myself a Codex Gigas. Okay, shout out to you. Thank you for the support, my brother, for the Codex Gigas. Those in the Killer Priest podcast knows who that is and why that question, they know what that is all about. Shout out to you. Let's keep on going. Lots of support has been sent in. Okay. What do they got here? They got lots of people. Robert, peace to... One second, let me get some water here. Okay, 1 second, everyone. I'm going to go through some... what do we got here? I see Anthony up there. We're going to get to you, Anthony, but hold on a second. We got... Dominic. 1 second, everyone. Hold on. Okay, let me see something here. Oh man, so much. Okay. 1 second, everyone. Let me just see. There it is. British Museum. Oh boy, I gotta look this up. Okay. British Museum. Okay, so shout out to 1 second, I'm trying to get this on the screen. Shout out to Anthony Peruk. My screen is stacked. Let me clear this. Shout out to Anthony Peruk. And let me see if I can pull this up in the British Museum. See if I can is this it? Allow cookies. Yes. Okay. There it is. Okay. Shout out to Anthony Peruk. I'm going to go ahead and put his, put him on the screen, and I'm going to, where is he? Anthony Peruk sends in, what does it say? How did the, Cometians, where is it? Save, please. 1 second, everybody, hold on. Okay, Anthony Peruk. Anthony Peruk, another avid supporter. Thank you. I'm going to put you on the screen right now. And I'm going to refer you to something before I get into that long breakdown. Let me go ahead and just put you on the screen that you did give support for this question. And here is Anthony Peruk, who says, how did the Cometians discover reincarnation? Wonderful. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you the papyrus that discusses the reincarnation story. It is too long to read right here. It's too long to read right here, but I want you to get let me pull it up on the screen. Ancient Egyptian literature. Ancient Egyptian literature anthology. Let me see. Okay, here it is. I'll put this up on the screen. You can order this on Amazon. I want you to get this. Order this first, and then maybe we'll walk through the story together. This story right now is too long to get into right now, but I'm going to go ahead and put this on the screen, and then I'm going to give you the British Museum number and what the original papyrus looked like. It's actually what I used in the Jabari debate to verify the Kemetans acknowledged that the Natiru were real. Let me go ahead and give you this, and then we're going to pick up that question when you have it, so everybody can see the screen. This is the book I'd like everybody to get. You can get it on Amazon. Literature of Ancient Egypt. And there's also a Merriam-Lithium volume 1, 2, and 3. This one has all of them combined. And this has the Tale of the Two Brothers. Let me see if it's... So here is the Merriam-Lithium one. I'll put up one on the screen, and then you can see... they're all on Amazon. This one's at Walmart, interesting, but they're on Amazon. So this is literature, ancient Egyptian literature, Merriam-Lithium. There's 3 volumes, 1, 2, and 3. This is the 3rd one, but you can put in this title and go get order all 3, or you can order the anthology one that has most of them together. They have different translations. So if you can, get all of them. Get this one and the 3, and then compare translations. We're going to go to the... this is the papyrus. This is the papyrus right here. Let me see if I can expand this. So we're in British Museum, and this is what they call today the D'Aubigny Papyrus. EA 101-183, 6, and this is from the 19th dynasty, and this is the Tale of the Two Brothers, and I would suggest everybody read this story. It's extremely too long for me to read right here, but this is the reference, and the reference to the reincarnation, to a reincarnation story, is inside of here, and you can go get that. As far as what is the Kemetic discovery of reincarnation, there's a story of our reincarnation in the writings of the Kemetians. Go get that book. Look up the Tale of Two Brothers. When you get it, then we can go through it. It's very interesting, but it's extremely long to actually go through it here. Okay, so I'm going to end that for now for that one. And if you want to know about reincarnation, we can get into that. But as far as your question, the Kemetic discovery, read that one right there. That has the Kemetic reference source to a reincarnation story. Okay, thank you, Anthony Peruk, for that question. Very long to get into right now, to read the whole story. But we're going to get into the next person. Okay. Send it to. Okay, I'll take a look at it. Okay. Okay, let's go through. Who's that? We got Anthony Pidden. I think I saw that name in the room. But shout out to Anthony Pidden. Let me go and crop this. Anthony Pidden. Let me see if this, and I have to take a. What number is this? We'll go for 6, 7. We'll call this 9. Shout out to Anthony Pidden for your support. Anthony Pidden sent an interesting amount. I like these interesting, unique amounts. They're like these odd numbers with like cents at the end. Interesting. Maybe they're sending from another country. And oops, come on. Okay. Oh. And it's converting it to that. Anthony Pidden says, not a lot, just wanted to say thanks. Thank you. And it is a lot. It's, it is a lot. It's a lot to me. Every little bit counts. And I appreciate all of it. This is groceries and some snake food. So I appreciate it all. There's some people that are walking around today that don't even have $16 to their name. So I appreciate that my information can garnish such a large amount of a donation. It's all large, and I appreciate it all. So thank you, my brother Anthony Peden, and thank you for your statement behind it. Okay, I'm starting to break down a little bit, but I'm gonna hang in there. Who do we have here? Oh, wait a minute. Who's this? Okay. 1 second. This may have to go to next week. This one here. Let me see something here, because I'm starting to break down a little bit some of these long ones. One moment. Let me just see. One second, everyone. Hold on. Okay, I see you. Who answered this? I see you. I think I'm gonna save this for next time, but I do want to give you a shout out, only because it's getting so late, and I want to. This is Master K, Peace Master K. Let me go ahead and put this on here, and because I actually want to do something before I get into this. I'll break it down briefly, but okay, wait, what number is this? This would be 8, right? 8. Okay, so shout out to Ruffian, shout out to Master K, peace to you, who asked about where is he, I don't see it. He asked about the Hyksos. I see. I'm trying to find his this is so crazy to do this manually, but it's It's worth it. It's actually better than the super chat because the super chat, YouTube takes a big chunk of this, where all of these donations actually go to the circle and the team, and there's no YouTube attached to this. So we'll call this 10. Actually, we'll call this 10 for next week. Okay, Ruffian Records, shout out to you. And he's asking about oh, there it is. I see. He's asking about the Hyksos, which I'm gonna think I'll start the next class with that. But I have to get to the Solomon's Temple thing. Okay, here we go. Shout out to Ruffian Records. Hotep Namaste, Master K here. Saba, you've mentioned giving a whole class on the Hyksos in the past. Could you please give a short historical breakdown? I'm actually going to do the class. I'll do that for the next week. I put on note on that for the next week, because there's one controversial topic about the Hyksos that I want to clarify before I jump into my breakdown of the Hyksos, which is a little controversial. But I need to verify something first. I want everybody to be clear, so I don't just want to jump into that. But shout out to that, Ruffian. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Shout out to you. 1 second here. And who else we have here? I actually have a question. Somebody reminded me of a question from last week, and it's not that deep of an answer, but I want to get into it just a little bit, just logically speaking, and just give some history on where this concept comes from. And it is someone asked about Solomon's Temple. Let me go back to that and see. Is Hika Kepera. Shout out to you. Thank you for the $5. And you actually asked this last week, and I couldn't get to it. So I'm just gonna go ahead and it's actually pretty simple because it's nothing. It's not even an actual thing, but here we go. Shout out to Anthony Jackson. Solomon's Temple. Okay, so we're just gonna walk through the Wikipedia, just for the common understanding, and then I'll give my comments afterwards. So Heka, are you here? Is Master K here in the room? Let me get in the room and see if he even is here. Master K, are you in the room? Well, that's you. I see you, Master K Kepera. Okay. Peace to a new person that came in the room. Dashe just came back from bartending. All right. Glad to have you here. Vinny Black Lodge. Peace and morning to all. I wonder where he is, where it's morning. But peace to you, my brother. Anki Ma'at has popped up. Thank you, Anki Ma'at. Wait, do you have two accounts in the room? Is Hika and Master K two people in the room? That's one person? Well, let me look back at the, maybe, I don't know. On the internet world, you can do anything. Okay, so let me close this up here. Okay, so because it says Master K, but it says Hicka, but I see Master K and I see Hicka, I guess. Okay, peace to both of you, or one of you, or I don't know what's going on, but let's see. Maybe that was from Master K, and Hicka is reminding me of the question. I don't know. But however it is such, let's just go to it and walk through this thing, the Solomon's Temple thing. Let me go ahead and put it on screen share, and let's just go through the basics. Understanding. Okay, so Solomon's Temple. Here we are, folks, with Solomon's Temple. Solomon's Temple, also known as the First Temple, Hebrew. And let's get a look at this. Bet Ham Mekes Das Hari's son. The first house of the sanctum was the first temple in Jerusalem, according to the Hebrew Bible. We have to understand that every time you deal with a religious story, a Solomon, a David, a Abraham, it's always going to say according to the Hebrew Bible. Once you see that, you know there's no such thing. So when you look up Barack Obama or you look up the White House, it's not going to say according to such and such a book. It's going to tell you what the White House is, because the physical place that actually existed, built by physical people. So when you look up the Statue of Liberty, the White House, Barack Obama, Trump, Osama bin Laden, Putin, these are physical, real people, and it's going to give you physical history. Mike Tyson, Mike Jordan, Michael Jackson, Queen Elizabeth, Ramesses, Pharaoh Khufu. It's going to give you real things. But as soon as you see, according to the Bible, and as soon as you see a cartoon, as soon as you see the cartoon, ladies and gentlemen, it's over. Depiction of Solomon's Temple. There should be no depiction of Solomon's Temple. Why? Because I'm going to go over here. Actually, this was my debate with Judah Nazareth. We go over here and we put in temple of Abydos, which is older than the so-called Solomon's Temple. We click on the images. You see this, ladies and gentlemen? The Temple of Abydos. You see that? It's in stone. That's the ruins. It's there. Our Luxor Temple, or any of these temples, you see them, they're there. You can visit them. You walk through them, because these are real things. You see them? You see the images right here? Drawn by the Cometians. This is real images, real things, real places that you can go to. You see? Real. This is reality. We go to Solomon's Temple. Here's where the cartoon Hebrew Israelite world begins. The fun world of Papa Smurf and Popeye and all the cartoons that make us feel good. The Flintstones and Santa Claus and all this stuff. Solomon's Temple. The cartoon. Okay, so Solomon's Temple, built in the reign of the United Kingdom of Israel, and was fully constructed by 957 BCE. It stood for almost 4 centuries. Destruction under the second Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar, subsequently exiled. Here's the problem, ladies and gentlemen. This is the problem. See these dates right here, 957 BCE? The stories of Solomon and King David, they were conquering everyone around them. They were not only conquering everyone around them, but they were going into Ethiopia, meeting Queen of Sheba. All these stories, the Philistines. There's not one record in anybody's culture of a Solomon affecting anybody. There is more writings of Pee Wee Herman than there is of a Solomon, who's supposed to be the wisest man on the on the planet Earth. So before we can get into a Solomon's temple, we have to get into, was there even a Solomon? There was no Solomon to build any temple called the Solomon's temple. This is all religious paper rhetoric. You know, so there's not really any big breakdown that I can give on a Solomon's temple without a Solomon. Because we have to go into the Canaanite culture, because remember, that's where the David and Solomon were, conquering the Canaanite area, conquering that Levant and all those areas. That would mean that if we go into those areas, we should see evidence of Hebrew residents conquering, temples, kings, thrones, writings that show that the Israelites moved into those areas, conquered the areas, built this grandiose temples, had the chariots with the gold, how the Bible describes them. We can't find one writing, and you know how you know Solomon's temple is fake? Because of the name it gives. Look at the name. You see this name? See how it says Hebrew and it gives this? You see this? This is Masoretic Hebrew. Masoretic Hebrew. Solomon is supposed to be 957 BCE. This language right here doesn't exist in 957 BCE. You see? So there can't be this original name. Solomon's temple called Bet Ham Mekasdas Hari Son, written in here, can't exist because this language doesn't exist at the time of Solomon. The time of so-called Solomon, the language that exists is the Punic Phoenician. Look at the cartoons they give. Every time you get into biblical stories, it's cartoons on top of cartoons on top of cartoons. This is not the language that existed for. So Solomon's temple doesn't even have a name or anything that can relate back to a Solomon, because in the time of Solomon, this language didn't even exist, this script. And Solomon doesn't even exist. There's no record of a Solomon. So that's another story that's created by people that no ancient people ever talked about a King Solomon ever affecting. There's no ancient Persians, no ancient Akkadians, no ancient Babylonians, no ancient Philistines, no Kemetic people. Imagine the story. Imagine Solomon. Imagine this man named Solomon taking the Queen of Sheba. The Queen of Sheba goes to him because he's the wisest man on the planet. This is the racism. He's the wisest, not Ptahhotep, not the scribes of Kemet, not Ramesses, not any of the Kemetic wise men, not the followers of Tehuti, not Kigimni, but the Queen of Ethiopia, which was no Ethiopia back then, so it would have been Kemet. The Queen of Kemet goes and finds Solomon and leaves her culture and combines with the Hebrew man, which means either all of the people under her as the queen had to have converted to Hebrew Israelitism, which means that in the year of 900 BC, in the time of Solomon, there should be a massive record of a convert of Ethiopians following their queen to follow because she married him. So when she married him, either she became the Hebrew Israelite or Solomon became what she was. There's a change in culture when a king and queen marry each other. That's a huge declaration. And there's not one record in ancient Ethiopia in 900 BC of Queen Sheba meeting anybody named Solomon and leaving her culture of the Nile Valley to go to this Hebrew man. Solomon is invented. David is invented. And thus anything that's claimed that they built is also invented, because if there's no man that it was built for, then there could be no temple that exists. So even if somebody finds a temple in Jerusalem or somewhere, it's modern day people saying that's Solomon's temple. But where on the actual archaeological structure does it say Solomon? Is there such thing as a king's temple anywhere in history that doesn't have his name somewhere in it, doesn't have a representation of him as the king? The temple's built for him, and there's not one record of anybody on the planet in 900 BC saying, we worked for Solomon, we followed Solomon, we fought for Solomon, we were Solomon's scribes, we did this for Solomon, he married Sheba, Solomon was the wisest. All of those stories come from the Bible and the Quran. If you take the Bible and throw it away, there's no Solomon, and thus there's no Solomon's temple. There's no King David. It's only existing inside the Bible. So to answer that question on Solomon's temple, I have no comment on it because I haven't found it yet. Nobody's ever found any temple in factual historical archaeology that proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that this was dedicated to a Solomon or a David that has their name on it, because it would have to be in Phoenician writing. It couldn't be in Hebrew, because the Hebrew that they claim that the Bible is written in didn't exist in 1000 BC for them to even write about Solomon in that Hebrew script. So when they put that Hebrew script in the definition of Solomon's temple with the name, we already know off the bat that can't exist, because that language didn't even exist. It would have been Phoenicians. And then the territory that Solomon and David conquered, there would be archaeological shifts. That means that if you had a Canaanite culture going on from 1500 BC, then all of a sudden in 900 BC, Solomon and David conquer the area, you'd see the diminishing of a Canaanite culture, and you'd see the addition of a Hebrew culture, and a big cultural shift shown through archaeology. And when you go to that area in Canaan and the Levant and all those areas, you see one smooth culture and not one effect of anything that happened in 900 BC. You see a smooth culture, not a sign of a war, not a sign of a change, not a sign of a change of language, not a shift of politics. You see absolutely nothing that show that any Hebrew culture ever took over that area. Solomon is invented. David is invented. These biblical characters are invented. And that's why when I have conversations with Hebrew Israelites about these characters and what they built, they always lose the debates because they can't show forth. And what is our motto here in the Killer Priest Podclass? The motto is ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. That means if Mighty Hebrew, if Captain Tazariak or any Hebrew leader talks to me about a Solomon or a Solomon's temple, we want the ancestral artifacts where they themselves, the people of 900 BC, themselves said, we followed Solomon. We respect Solomon. We've heard of a Solomon. I'm the doctor of Solomon. I'm the chiropractor. I'm Solomon's dentist. This is a king who had no doctor, no dentist, no physician. His children never went to any school. What's the school that Solomon's children... This is horrible. There's no school that his children went to. They never had teeth problems. They never had to go to the doctor. He never sat on a chair. They can't find a chair. The man never brushed his teeth. They can't find an underwear. Did Solomon wear clothes? They can't find a ring. We must step out of the biblical narratives and start talking about our ancestors. So to the brother who asked the question, peace and love to you. But there's no temple that any architect ever said they built for a Solomon. There's no temple with a Solomon's name on it. None of that actually exists. But shout out to you for the question, Hika Kapara. I have not found a Solomon's temple to comment on. But thank you for the question. And if you do find, if anybody in the room does find any writing of anywhere that says Solomon's name on it that dates back to 900 BC, please bring it to the Podclass because I would love to analyze it. I would love to see it, and then I can actually answer the question in an educated fashion because I have something tangible to speak on. But thank you for the support, my brother. Thank you for the question. I am still looking for a Solomon myself. You know, in the biblical narrative, and I'm waiting to debate somebody on this or talk to someone on this, in the biblical narrative, Solomon actually existed in the same time of Alexander the Great. I'm actually waiting to drop that bomb, but in the biblical genealogy, King Solomon and Alexander the Great actually existed in the same time, according to the Bible, and we know that that didn't happen. But okay, on to the next, which is Stranger again. Stranger who asked the question on the mirrors, actually was giving thanks. Was giving thanks on the mirror answer, and I'm going to put his thanks in the room. Thank you, Stranger. Appreciate that, my good brother. Thank you for that. Hey, what's going on here? Stranger, where is he? Stranger is right here, I believe. Stranger sent a... Is this him? Stranger sent a $20 shout out to Stranger who sent me the Cash App for the original question that actually started this class out, and then sent another 20 for the thanking me for the lesson. So thank you, my brother Stranger. Thank you for your appreciation. Okay, let's whiz by some of these because it is 11 o'clock over here. 11 o'clock over here. So let me just go through. I think I have Dozier, brother Dozier, the new brother in the room. Dozier, let me Dozier gave a support of, what is this, of $4. Shout out to you. Let me put you in the room. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. He just gave a support. I appreciate the support. And let me put this in the room. Shout out to you, Doja. Shout out, and respect to you. Dozier, who to me is new in the room. I'm not familiar with this name. And thank you for coming in and immediately hitting up with the support. Thank you. Dozier. Thank you. Okay. Let's go on. We have Robert. I don't know if I know this brother or something else. Okay, Robert, you're going to actually contact me on this. Okay, it's about a name change. Thank you. And yes, we can work on that. We can work on the name change. We talk about that privately though, but I'm going to give the I'm going to put that in the room. I'm going to put that in the room and set you up with something privately on that topic. It takes me with people in person that I know, it takes me about a year of knowing them before I even before I even work on a name change. That's the people that I know, and there's a particular reason for that. Shout out to Robert E. Williams Jr. Peace, bro. Ma'at Hotep. Should I change my name? Absolutely. Absolutely. And then we can discuss where you are in the knowledge, who you are, much about you, what you represent, what you want to be, and then we can discuss if you are a brother, or if you're a black man, or if you're somebody who follows Ma'at, or if you're somebody who wants to get into a particular culture, and this particular name comes from a culture that was forced upon you, because I don't really know who the brother is. This could be a European from Britain who's actually had the name Robert in his name for 400 years, and I don't know. But if it's somebody who name was forced on them, or they want to have a name that represents a particular culture, or wants to have a name that goes back to a culture that they're saying is theirs or represents them, then absolutely this name should change to something that represents that culture, brother. So, yes, absolutely, and thank you for that. And contact me directly through the email or through Facebook. The moderators can put the Facebook in the room. Contact me, and we'll discuss more about you. And it takes some time, and as that goes on, we will see about what your name will evolve into throughout time. Oh, here's Amani. Got you, Amani. So Amani, I see your question in here. I'm going to put it in here. I'm going to try to translate this because I think you're saying reptilian. But let me go ahead and save this. And we're winding down, ladies and gentlemen. It's getting late. And we're winding down. But brother Amani, I think this is Amani Festo in the room. Shout out to you. He's another great supporter who always comes to the class. And he asked a very interesting question, and it's about me personally. And it says, Amani, have you ever interacted with reptilia? I'm going to show shout out to you. Thank you for that support, brother. I'm going to assume you're not talking about my snakes or the reptiles that I have at home. I think you're talking about something more humanoid. Have I ever interacted with a humanoid reptilian? Okay, hold on. Let me put this up in the room. Okay. Great question, and I can't say because the things I did interact with, I actually don't know what those type of creatures were. I've interacted definitely with non-humans, things that don't look like anything on this planet. I've interacted with them, seen them, interacted with them, but they didn't look what the reptilians are portrayed as looking. So I will say no to this point. I would not describe the beings that I've interacted with that were non-human as reptilian. No, they definitely didn't look reptilian. They looked more mammalian. Some of them looked, I don't know how to describe them. They looked like nothing here on this planet, but they weren't scaly. So I will say thank you for that. I have not interacted with anything that looked like a reptile humanoid, but I do have a lot of information on reptilians, and maybe if you send a question on that, I can get into that. Okay. Okay. Is DeAndre in the room? DeAndre, if you're in the room, shout out to DeAndre for asking the question. Dre2 Beastie. This one is going to be 17. Is Dre2 Beastie in the room? Sometimes these questions are sent hours ago and the people aren't in here anymore, but I still want to give a shout out to this because I'm going to have to answer this also next week. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to shut down. It is after 11 o'clock over here. But Dre2 Beastie says, where does gematria originate from, and how do you know for a fact that the people controlling this matrix are using it? So first, shout out to you, respect for the support donation. And the question, I made a note for that to put that on for next week, but I want to know if DeAndre's in the room. Press 1 and let me know that it's you if you're in the room. Because he said he was driving, and I don't know how long ago that was asked. DeAndre in there? 2 a.m. Wow, you guys are troopers. All right, DeAndre, I don't see you in the room. I don't know if you're still here, but I'm going to, even all the better, because I'm going to save that for next week to answer that fresh, because I want to know what you've seen me teach to ask that question. Because I've done some gematria classes on Killer Priest. And, oh, there you are. DeAndre is in the room. And he says, yeah, I'm always driving. So he must be an Uber driver. I'm not sure what he is. A truck driver or Uber driver. But DeAndre, I'm going to get to that. I'm going to get to that next week because it's 11:16 here. I just want to give the shout outs to the donations that were sent and put a note for next week because I've been here teaching since 7:30 and it's going on the next day. Okay, so I'm going to definitely get into that and then find out. Have you seen my my gematry class on Sonnetter? Because I don't want to repeat anything. And have you seen the gematria class on Killer Priest? So I'll look back for that. Look back for that. Okay. Okay, and we have a quick one from Demeech. Demeech, if I remember Demeech, one time he gave a really, there was one class, I think he gave the biggest donation in the class, if this is the same brother. Let me just save it. Demeech asked a question, and I can whiz through this answer. Whiz through this answer very quickly, because my answer is going to be obvious. So Demeech, let me get to you, and then I need to. So Demeech has asked me, what's my favorite megalithic site? Okay. So my favorite megalithic site is, of course, the Giza Plateau. If you're talking about things made out of megalithics, which are areas made from large stones, but they're placed there by men, not just random stones like a mountain. But a megalithic site is like, say, Stonehenge, the Giza Akuz, different large Tiahuanacan. It goes on, but there's many megalithic sites where they use Göbekli Tepe. That would actually maybe be number 2. That may be number 2, but definitely the Aku Earth Grid number 1, the largest stone site with the most history surrounding it and magnificence and it's actually the last wonder of the world still standing. The rest of them aren't wonders because they've actually figured them out. So I'd say the pyramids of Giza. And then my most interesting site that I'm most interested in is Göbekli Tepe. Göbekli Tepe. It's a hard tongue twister. Göbekli Tepe. That one, for sure, would be number 2 in my interest. Okay, thank you for that question. I appreciate that. We're going to whiz through these because that was just a personal question on on what personal question for me. Okay, got that. I think there's two more, and we got Beged Leisure. Beged Leisure, and he actually says I don't have to answer this today. This is a huge, is this the biggest? No, Kamit was. Second largest of the day. Thank you for this, brother. I'm going to put 19. I'm going to put next week again, a little note. Because I'll have to wind down next. And shout out to you. And he gave 30. And the question is, it's actually a large paragraph question. Let me, he said, this is from Beged Leisure. Beged Leisure. Peace, bro. Let me take this off so I can read the whole question. Peace, bro. You don't have to answer this today if you don't have time. It's two questions. Okay, I see. But the spirit of death, grim reaper in dark cloak with shining white face that people have seen in out-of-body experiences, including me, is that? I don't know if this is cut off. Let me go back to the original. It seems like it's cut off. Is that okay? Okay, here we go. Let me actually put this again. Sorry, it's actually got cut off. So here's the full thing. Shout out to Begin Leisure for a huge support donation. I'm gonna put 19 coming next week. Yes, I'm gonna overwrite and put it in the room, and we're gonna go here. We're gonna go here, here, and okay. Let's see. There it is. There's the whole thing. Peace, bro. You don't have to answer this today if you don't have time, which I don't. Two questions, but the spirit of death, grim reaper, in the dark cloak with the shining white face that people have saw in out-of-body experiences, including me, is that spirit the Natiru Seth? I'm also curious about Reptilian. I personally saw that. Yeah, so definitely next week I got to do the show on the Reptilian. I'm going to do it on the grain thing, with the eyes. I'm going to do with the eyes and the changing eyes. Okay, so personally saw one in Barcelona having an out-of-body. Are they malevolent beings? Wow, this is definitely for next week. Hold on one moment, everybody. Hold on one moment. I'll be right back. Hold on. I'm gonna put this on real quick. I have to step out. Wait for just a second. Yeah, thank you. Okay, here we go.
In the Metanetter, you know that folks who have listened to this know that I am not the expert in the Metanetter, but I think I might read a little bit better than you do. When you look at actually this description of Set, how do you know that that is the deity Set and not a human being Set? Because by your standard, you said that if you see the flags behind it, the axes behind it, that means that they are a deity. So how do you know that that is the deity?
May I answer?
Yeah, it's a question. I want you to answer it.
Okay, good. Okay, so if you look at the top, here, you're going to see these pieces are broken. Up here, this is broken. Those broken pieces are symbolized by these lines right here. So you can't actually see what's here.
It's called a lacuna.
Yeah, it's broken. Yeah. Okay. Now, when we go to where the lines are not broken and it shows the full thing, we see Heru with the same standard and the netter symbols right here for Heru inside of the Shen, or what they're calling the cartouche. Over here, you can't see them because, once again, it's broken. Over here, you can see them. Over here, you can't see them.
Wait, wait, no. I think that's a little disingenuous to the audience. Those are two different lines on the same papyri, correct?
Two different lines. I'm not sure.
One is for Set and one is for Heru, correct?
Yes, I showed you the ones that weren't.
Yeah. So I'm asking. My question is about Set.
Because
my question is about Set. So how do you know that is the deity Set and not name Set?
Very, very simple. So first of all, it has the Set determinative. Okay. So when you see Set's name, see this symbol right here. I'm gonna wave my mouse over. This is what Jabari was talking about. This is a netter determinative. When it's talking about Set, the netter, he uses this determinative.
No.
Let me finish the answer, please.
Correct. That is incorrect.
Let me finish the answer. This is the word Set, and it is also the determinative, and it's in line with all the other Netiru that are on the list. I didn't show the rest of them.
Okay, here we go. All right, I'm back. Let me get off screen share. Let me put it. Where is the? Yeah. You can. I'm right now. Yes, and about. Thank you. Okay, I'm back. Okay, shout out to everybody. Still 96 people in the room. That is awesome and amazing. I'm gonna check my here. So yeah, we're gonna get into that next week. Definitely looks like a Beged Leisure. Thank you again, brother. We have another one from the same brother, Beged Leisure. Is he in Barcelona? I have these people from all over the world of the Podclass. Thank you for joining from all over the world to spread this. So shout out to you, Beged Leisure. And this one was just a donation, a support donation. So I am definitely going to get into the reptilian topic next week. I see there's 2 questions on it. So I'm going to get into the taboo topic that the Kemetic brothers don't want to talk about, the reptilians. Nice. Okay. Shout out to Beged Leisure Center. Sent you $10. Shout out for the $10. Says, Priest bro, thanks for your time. Thank you. For your huge donation. I guess altogether you have the biggest donation, I think, of the day. You had 30 and then you have 10 and you're new. Shout out to you. Respect. One of them wasn't even a question. Peace and love. Let me check something here. Okay, I see the Roy thing. Okay, shout out, peace and love. Thank you, brother Beged Leisure. And let me check the room and give a shout out before we close out the room. We got Dozier, who says Tehuti Malachi took me to dinner and cut some food and gave it to me as one of his sons. Okay. Shout out to that experience. Shout out to you, Dozier. We're gonna give a shout out to everyone. New people in the room. Mishak looks like a hottie, doesn't it? Mishak. Shout out to you, Mishak. Shout out to everybody in the room. Stranger. Shout out to Anki Ma'at. Shout out to Manifesto. Shout out to here's a new person, Gabriel Garcia. Shout out to you. Shout out to Kamit in the room here. He says, peace of the knowledge seekers. Shout out to Jody. I think Jody's been watching too many Sonnetters. She got me as Tehuti. That's what Sonnetter calls me, Tehuti with the E, with the A, Tehuti. But that's my name on Sonnetter. Shout out to you, Jody. Thank you for taking your time to teach us, for your patience and thoroughness. Thank you. We even have some people here from South Africa. South Africa, Taylor, Leona Dreyer. I think that's his sister. I can't see the picture is small, but shout out to you, sister. Taylor, Leona Dreyer, all the way from South Africa. Peace and love. Shout out to you. Shout out to Eid Ren. Interesting name. Shout out to you. We're giving a couple shout outs before we close the class down. Shout out to Boss Fee is Black Lard. Shout out to you, brother, always supporting. And Hika Kepra, I didn't get to see your reaction to my answer. I didn't get to scroll up, but shout out to you on the Solomon's Temple thing. I remember you had asked that. And DHNJ, shout out to you. Here's a new name. I think Daryl get some water. Daryl McDonald. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody. Naiji. Where have I seen Naiji? Okay, shout out to Naiji. Always a pleasure. Wonderful. 1 second, everybody, hold on. Let me get hold on. Okay, come over here. I don't want to hurt you. Come over here. Back up. Come on, man, you're stuck. Oh man, do I have to push you the other way? Okay, let's push you the other way. Hold on, everybody. Just fixing Neath here. Come on, Neath. There we go. Okay, boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, there we go. Alright, don't want her to fall off. And there she is. Alright, shout out to Neath. Shout out to everybody in the room. We got Manpower Space is another person in South Africa. Shout out to South Africa. That's where this spider is from. The spider is from South Africa. Ooh, I think specifically Zimbabwe. Shout out to South Africa. Okay, shout out to Ashley, Too Crafty, peace and love, Tehuti, and the Podclass family. She even put this, I think that's the spider there. Shout out to the moderator, Anki Ma'at, who seconded something to I think Kamit. Oh yeah, when Kamit said the knowledge, yeah, like and invite like-minded people. Yes, shout out to you. Shout out to Jody again. I was just telling my daughter the spider was missing. She is here. She was just on the other side of the hat. We're going to shout out the moderators before we close out. The moderators. And we're moderators. So much is on here. Okay, moderators. Shout out to, let me get Jody. Vinny said he was a perfect example. 2 for all I knew. So shout out to him. Okay. The moderators. Anki Ma'at, Nani Aset Mur, Sanetti Amun. Shout out to the moderators. Shout out to the people from all over the world. We have Barcelona. We have everybody from all over the place. Also, everybody, for those who are watching this video, and they couldn't make it to the live class, you can contact me directly. You can also still send support for the class. I appreciate it. If you're watching the video and you appreciate the time, you can still send support to the PayPal and the TT Moon Cash App. Follow the sister there. Support with a Cash App question to TT Moon. Also, if you're watching this video, These are the books that are available in PDF form that you can obtain. Melanin Dark Consciousness, a small pamphlet packed with information, about 33 pages, and the Stepping Out the Matrix, very informative book. Also, you can contact me at Tehuti Brown on Facebook or through the email to find out how to obtain those books. Pass me her. You can support at any time and have information at the same time. Okay. Let me get some napkin. And we're gonna say peace out to Kaibet. Come here, Kaibet. You're cold. Kaibet all the way from the Philippines. I'll give us a wipe. Kaibet from the Philippines. There you are. Boom. Kaibet from the Philippines says peace. Yes, I have exotic friends. These are the only reptilians I hang around with. And you can see her with the multicolor changing. There you go, Kaibet. All the way from the Philippines and all the way from South Africa. We say peace and love to everybody. Come to all of the pod classes. Come to the debates. See me on the Sonnetter. See me when or if ever I get back to the Killer Priest Podcraft. And come support. Come ask questions. Bring people. We got people from Amsterdam. We got people named Haru Tumose in Amsterdam. Knowledge is reaching Amsterdam. I don't think anybody knows. I've never met anybody conscious in Amsterdam. That is awesome. Look at these. Look what's happening to the world. Look what the internet is capable of doing, reaching people. South Africa. This couldn't exist before the internet. You couldn't have a class with somebody from South Africa and Amsterdam in the same room without somebody taking $1,000 plane ticket. This is amazing. This is awesome. This is wonderful. This is academia is lacking the passion of people like Tehuti. Thank you, my brother. Ashley Crafty sending bombs, and I don't know what this is. Thank you, Ashley, for your enthusiasm and energy. Thank you so much. Okay, peace and love, everyone. Let me see if I can get them both on the screen at the same time. There we go. Boom. Peace and love, everyone. Thank you all for coming. This is beautiful. Shout out to everybody in the room. I'm going to play the... I'm going to close out and play the little conversation video with the Pastor Bennett person. That debate will not be going on. There will not be that debate with me and Pastor Bennett. That will not be happening. I think somebody in the room asked about that. That is not going down. Okay. Peace and love, everyone. Support the Tehuti Podclass. Support the Tehuti Podclass. Support All Truth. Feel free to contact me. Feel free to send questions in. Invite people. We don't kick people out of the room if they're not, unless they're being rude or something like that. We like all people. You can be from Amsterdam, Zimbabwe. You can be from the Catholic Church. You can be from the Voodoo, the Sarasek community. You can be from the Moors. Everyone is invited to the Tehuti Podclass to question whether you're for or against. And I will do my best to have this dialogue with everyone. Let me go ahead and put up the water there. There's the water that represents Tehuti, the mirror, the water, and there's the water again. And there is the Saqqara Pyramid. The Saqqara Pyramid walk there in the corner. Peace and love, everybody. Our motto is ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. Shout out and peace and love to everyone. And I will end off with the affirmation, the Metanetter affirmation, which is Anki Ma'at Un MS Nin Tet Aset Emayat Min Habapet Emayat Her Enhu Kiui Per Ikut. I live for Ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Peace and love, everyone. Come back next week to the Tehuti Podclass. And that ends our beautiful show. What good energy here. Peace and love, everybody. We're going to end off with a little Pastor Bennett clip. And see you all next week. 4 hours we were here. Peace and love to all the moderators. Peace and love to my young Cobra and Ja Jiggity out there watching from the dream world. Peace and love to my children out there and everyone out there that can't see me in the physical due to COVID or being in other countries, but can come here and see me. Peace to those who are sleeping and having out of bodies right now, watching the class and having out of bodies. Peace and love, everyone. Hetapu Ma'at Hotep.
And my point is simply this. So we're going to give like this. Respect to Tehuti. Tehuti didn't want to top it. I won't say he was running because we had the conversation. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
Does this mean you refuse to answer my question? Are you refusing?
That's not even. Hey,
are you refusing to answer the question?
Scared to debate. Just what they do. So respect to Tehuti that he wasn't necessarily running like he was scared of the debate.
A few minutes later.
I'm only talking to you.
But I'm not talking to you. You scared. You were scared to talk to me. Don't come on.